Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 558th Board Meeting of the California Regional Water Quality Control Board, Central Valley Region. I'd like to introduce the board members and staff at this time. On my far left is Raji Brar of Bakersfield. Sitting next to Raji is Carmen Ramirez of Atwater. And between Carmen and myself is John Constantino of Grass Valley. Constantino, excuse me. On my far right is Dan Markham of Fall River Mills. And sitting next to Dan is Bob Schneider of Davis. On my direct right is Denise Cadera of Allensworth, and my name is Carl Longley, from Fresno. I'll now introduce the executive officer who will introduce the staff. Patrick?
I think that's the first time I'm hearing that. My name is Patrick Palupa. I'm the new executive officer of the Central Valley Water Board. To introduce my staff, on my far left, Kieran Lanfranchi Rosardi, the executive assistant and the clerk to the board. To her immediate right, Adam Lapitz, not French, and he's the assistant executive officer out of our Rancho Cordova office. To my immediate left, if you haven't met her before, Jessica Yar, our new senior staff counsel. Across from me, we have Andrew Altavote, Assistant Executive Officer in our Rancho Cordova office. To his left, David Lancaster, another one of our attorneys. And then to my immediate right, we have Bailey Toft Dupuis, another one of our brand new attorneys to the Central Valley Water Board. So there's a lot of new faces. And in the audience, we have Clay Rogers, the Assistant Executive Officer of our Fresno office, and Linda Bracamonte, the Assistant Executive Officer of our Rancho Cordova office, who will also be leaving us within the upcoming months, but we are happy to have her for a little while longer while we work on getting a replacement for her. So we also have a number of staff in the audience. Tam Dodak, the State Board representative, is not able to be here today, and Clint Snyder, our Assistant Executive Officer in our Reading office, is staying in Reading to help direct emergency services in response to the Carr fire.
Thank you very much. John, could you please lead us in the pledge?
Please rise. And begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. At this time, should we be doing the minutes? I need to look at the agenda.
We can go through the meeting procedures.
And then we'll do the minutes, okay. We'll move to agenda item 2. In order to conduct our regional board meetings in a fair and efficient manner, we will be proceeding in accordance with the meeting procedures that have been provided with the summary agenda and are available here at the staff table and upon request, and are posted on the board's website and are also summarized on the computer screens during the breaks. That's a very long sentence. Any questions or comments regarding these procedures may be directed to Karen Lanfranchi Rosardi, our administrative assistant, sitting here to my right. Before we go on with board member communications, then let's consider the minutes. We have two sets of minutes. One of them is the May 31st meeting, the general meeting here, and the other one is meetings the Clear Lake Nutrient TMDL Board Workshop on July 18th at Clear Lake. And it's a sad note, but since we were there, Clear Lake has been surrounded by fire, so to speak.
Yeah, that's correct. We met in Lakeport. Lakeport was actually evacuated. I think it was 2 days ago. Where they're still in a touch and go situation. So our thoughts are with the community of Lakeport, where we had a very pleasant meeting, and we wish them nothing but the best.
Yes, it's a sad time for California. Um, So these are the minutes, and I think we probably should take them individually. Let's start with the May 31st meeting. Are there any corrections, or do I hear a motion?
Carl, I just want to make a comment. I'm going to abstain on this because I wasn't there, but I did want to thank all of the staff's hard work on the resolution that was adopted by the board. Thank the board for their work, that were the people that were here in approving that motion, and Central Valley Salts and Nitrate resolution, a basin plan amendment. I think that was rather awesome work, and I'm sorry I missed it, but I'm just quite pleased that you guys got through that and made that happen. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Bob, for those comments. Yeah, staff did some very, very heavy lifting to get us to where we are. So with that said, do I have a
I'll make the motion to approve of the minutes with one addition or correction to the minutes, and I've given that to the executive secretary.
and that is what?
It's on the item where I spoke, and I've given her the corrections regarding the TCP under my board communications.
Under your board you corrected your
Yeah, I've
board
given it to
communication.
Kieran to make the correction.
Okay, thank you.
So I've made the motion, and we can get it.
Do I have a second?
I'll second with the correction.
Raji has seconded with the correction. Call the roll, please.
And it was Carmen, not Raji.
Carmen. I'm sorry.
Don't be. I'm happy to be Raji.
For the record, this is the approval of the May 31 minutes.
That's correct.
Ms. Brower,
Yes.
Ms. Ramirez, Mr. Costantino,
Aye.
Dr. Markham,
Aye.
Mr. Schneider,
Abstain.
Ms. Kadara, Dr. Longley.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. And that was, as was pointed out by the executive officer, that was for the May 31st meeting minutes. We'll now consider the minutes for July 18th.
I'll move to approve as presented.
And I need to abstain since I was not at that meeting.
I'll be abstaining as well. I wasn't there either.
And do I have a second?
All second.
John moved? No. Carmen moved, excuse me, and Dan seconded. I'm just cutting you out of the loop entirely this morning, Carmen. Any corrections or comments regarding these minutes?
I just want to say I appreciate the hard work that staff did putting together that rather excellent workshop talking about nutrients in Clear Lake. The watersheds there, both Peter Creek and Clear Lake, I work in a lot. And we have a TMDL not just for nutrients, but in that area in the Cache Creek Basin, we also have TMDLs for mercury at Clear Lake and Cache Creek and Sulphur Bear Creek. So this board has a lot of interest in this area. I think that was a really helpful workshop for the people of Lake County to see the board there in an area they're deeply concerned about. And the legislature has had some interest in that area recently also. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Call the roll, please. This is for the July 18th meeting at Clear Lake on the TMDL.
Ms. Ramirez,
Yes.
Ms. Brower,
Abstain.
Mr. Costantino,
Abstain.
Mr. Schneider, Dr. Markham,
Aye.
Ms. Kadara,
Yes.
Dr. Longley.
Yes,
Motion carries.
thank you very much. And with that, we'll move on to agenda item number 3. Board member communications. Any-
Carl, I
Yeah.
just commented that, I had been at the workshop, and Patrick, I sent you some notes about our appointment to
Yeah,
the Blue Ribbon Coalition. Do we want to talk about it here or at the
It's mentioned.
executive officer's report?
Yeah, during the executive officer's
Okay,
report. I'm
thank you.
prepared to discuss that.
Good. Any other comments?
Yeah, I'll report. On the 24th of last month, I went over to the Lassen County Board of Supervisors and gave them a 3-minute presentation, scripted, if the executive officer wants to take a look. Basically, I was just telling the board, talk to our staff, communicate with us. We're all here to improve water quality and things change, but please talk to our staff. We're very open to, good communications. And I think that was pretty favorably received, and I was glad I showed up. Second thing I'll mention is horrible fires in Reading, and looking ahead to our October meeting, I'm going to suggest that we do something about sediment.
Absolutely. And first of all, thank you for being the ambassador to Lassen County Board of Supervisors. Much appreciated. And I will second your statement to them that board staff is here to be an open interface between the counties and the cities and who's ever affected by our water quality regulations. With respect to the Reading fire, we are absolutely planning on discussing some of the sediment transport issues up there, particularly from burn sites. I'll talk a little bit more about that during the executive officer's report, but absolutely that is a critical issue that the Reading staff are working to address right now. We're trying to take some of the lessons learned from the Santa Rosa fires from last year, interfacing quite a bit with Region 1, which actually has fires burning in its Region 2. It's right on that border from Region 5 and Region 1 where a lot of the fires are going. But sediment transport and trying to make sure that that stays out of the waterways to the extent it can is an absolute big issue, and we'll be prepared to discuss it in October.
Any further?
Yeah, I want to add a little bit. You commented, Patrick, on the what's the river fire that has threatened Lakeport, and that actually did start in Mendocino in Region 1. The other fire in the Mendocino complex is the Ranch Fire, which has been north of Highway 20, and it's burned significantly in the forest, Mendocino National Forest. It's burned much of the watershed of Middle Creek, and that's what drains into the Middle Creek project that's been proposed for capturing sediment and nutrients. So we will have issues there. And I know our staff at the Valley Fire in Lake County interface quite a bit, and the assessments of what could or needed to be done with respect to that, so that will happen. This fire, the Ranch Fire, is burned to the east, right around the northern end of the lake, which is about the only part of Lake County that is not burned yet. And it spotted and spread quite a bit last night. I think that's going to join up with the burn area where the Pawnee Fire was probably, and we'll see if we get a south breeze, if it blows it upslope and over into Colusa County or not. So they have a pretty good defense line at the ridge there, but we're kind of watching that pretty closely. So
Absolutely.
that's getting a little in the weeds, but thanks for listening.
No, it's just, I don't know how to express it. It is a real calamity we're in this year with the fires. And last year I thought was bad, and last year looks like child's play compared to this year.
A lot of that's in Northern California. I thought at the press conference that the governor held yesterday, he did a really good job of articulating the changes with respect to climate change and fire behavior that is occurring, and there is no normal anymore, and the past is no longer a predictor for what may or may not occur in the future.
I think
troubling times.
And I think the governor covered it recently in one of his comments, but I think we really have to get serious about fuel management. And in fact, there used to be much more fuel management than there is today. And you're right, Bob, that is a very complex issue, and it's even more complex now we have people living in the forest.
Yeah, and it's important to recognize, that's true. The interface zone, wildland interface zone, is where people are moving into the forest, complicates things. And the difference between shrubland community and timber community is very significant in how you manage or can or cannot manage for fire. And
right.
That's going to be figured out over the next couple of years. But the science is complex, and I hope our staff is. I've sent stuff occasionally, and I'm been enmeshed in a lot of that, and it's just a very complex issue. There are no easy answers.
Any further comments by board members?
I have a couple things to report, and one of them is also in the same vein with the Ferguson fire up in Mariposa County leading up through Yosemite, Highway 120. You know, Yosemite's closed, and that's remarkable. That's, you know, very, very rare. You have international people who can't get in, and the fire's one thing, the air is another thing, but we're going to have to deal with water issues up in the mountains, and I know that our staff is probably going to be very taxed from that front, but to the extent we can engage that area, it's going to be very important. That's, you know, the main water source for people who live in that area. And secondly, last week I was invited to a meeting with Assembly Member Adam Gray and Joaquin Esquivel, who is the new State Board Water member, State Board Water Board member from Coachella, and we were talking about the State Board's Delta plan that is going to affect our area. So we had a meeting, lasted about an hour.
Thank you. Yes.
Yes, I have a couple of items to report. I'm in attendance at the Clear Lake workshop. It was an ideal workshop. We really appreciated the being at the site, and then to hear from the representatives that were there, from the industries to the residents and all that have been impacted by the water quality issues that we are dealing with. And it was very informative, and appreciated the wonderful staff presentations and all that of the comments that we heard from the stakeholders. You know, we can sit here and hear it, but when you're at the site and then hearing from the people that are affected by it, it takes on a whole new meaning for us to really get a full understanding of what the communities are facing, and gives staff and all of us an opportunity to work with you to make a difference. So I appreciated being at that workshop and all the work that went into it. On the July 26th, I participated in a community water leadership network, which is hosted by the Community Water Center, and we do meetings and talk about a number of water quality issues in disadvantaged communities, and looking at ways to continue to do outreach to the communities and educate people about water issues, hoping to be able to do roundtable discussions. Those are some of the things we're talking about to address many of the issues that are impacting our water. And so we should be having some more workshops and discussions on doing some roundtables sometime in the near future. And then lastly, on July 28th, we annually do a Summer Night Lights program, and this week did our 7th year. It's where we do activities for the summer that goes right after kids get out of school. Every week they have an activity to participate in, keeps them out of trouble, and by the time we finish up the last session, you know, school starts in a couple of weeks, so it's something the kids look forward to. But our last session, we always do it at the park, and we invite a number of organizations to come. It's like a resource fair, family day, and I want to extend great thanks to Clay Rogers, the Assistant Executive Officer, and Doug Patterson that came out in the heat. It was real hot where we are, but they came out, and Clay has been there. I think this is his 3rd time coming, but it's so important to do the outreach. And while the people get there, they want to have fun, they want to get their sheet signed, and they want to be able to get a raffle, but we want them to hear the information. And so we're still trying to figure out ways to get information out to the public. We have the organizations out there, they have the booths up, they have a lot of little things to draw people to the booth, but people have to hear it. But I want to thank you, Clay, for you and your staff coming out, and we'll keep looking at ways that not only we can do outreach, but we can get the people, the community engaged. And one of the things I mentioned to the Community Water Center is they've dealt with a lot of water quality issues, and particularly in Porterville, where there was the drought and all of those issues impacting the groundwater and so forth. But I was encouraging them to bring the people that they've educated that go to Sacramento and fight for legislation, bring them into the communities when you have the resource fair, so they can help educate other community people. When there are people that have issues that are like yours, they can begin to understand it. So We're working on a lot of things to continue to get the outreach and get people engaged in a lot of the issues. That's what it's going to take. That's what we saw in Clear Lake, and that's what we're trying to do in many of the disadvantaged communities. Thank you.
Carl,
Thank you, yes.
Carmen, your meeting, you talked about Delta issues. Were you discussing flow issues with respect to the Delta?
Yes,
And what was the tenor of that conversation?
it was making sure that the state board, in my opinion, that the state board recognized the amount of risk and harm that might come to growers in the area if the plan proceeded as proposed. And there was also discussion about a couple of alternatives that had been presented to staff that had not made it to the board level.
I mean, this is a pretty charged conversation, and I'm kind of wondering how the meeting got set up. I'm curious as to, I mean, I would like to see a little more of a write-up, maybe.
Yeah, I'd be glad to. And
you.
it was coordinated by Assemblymember Adam Gray's office. I understand that Tam and Joaquin were both touring Stanislaus County, Merced County, Madera County, trying to get feedback on the reception towards the draft that had gone out.
Thank
But
you.
yeah, I'll be happy to write it up and submit it to Kieran.
Thanks.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
Any further discussion? My stuff seems pretty tame after all that. Last week, we had a meeting of the food safety panel in this room and recognized that they are considering foodstuff grown with produced water. Produced water, when oil is pumped, the majority of it is water, and that water is separated, or the oil is separated off of the water. And what's left is called produced water. And some 40,000 acre feet approximately is produced each year in the East Kern area, which is used by agriculture. And so the issue is, are there any impacts, food safety impacts from using this by ag? The majority of the use is on trees, citrus and almonds probably predominating the use. Excuse me. Last week we had a speaker from U.S. Department of Agriculture's Agricultural Research Service. His name is Dr. Gary Banuelos, and Dr. Banuelos is an expert, if you will, on uptake by plants of salts, and he has also focused on selenium in his work. He spends a lot of time in China working with their government too because of issues they have with selenium. It's interesting because his presentation was that unless the field was heavily overloaded with organics, we're probably not going to see an issue from organics. The microorganisms in the soil tend to take care of organics, but that there are safety mechanisms that the plants have before the inorganics move into the fruit, and that tends to be borne out by the sampling that have done so far. What comes out of this and down the road is going to be interesting. Clay Rogers and his group has been doing great work moving this issue along, and I'm looking forward to seeing where this leads us. I hope you all sign up in October for the WQCC. The Planning Committee is putting together a great agenda. We're going to have people who play harmonicas, and we're going to have dancing monkeys, and no.
Carl is on the planning committee.
Yeah. No, we are going to be focusing on some very important topics. Chief among those are E. coli and the homeless issue, and then secondly, the issues around the cannabis program. And you recognize there's a state board general order on that, and how that's progressed and what might be done to make that program more successful. So I think if you can attend, I would certainly urge you to. I think there's a lot to be learned.
What are the dates of the WQCC? this
You
year?
would ask me that.
I would. Does anybody know off the top of their head?
I'll get that for you. It's on my calendar.
Okay. No, we don't have to spend time. I just thought.
No,
maybe-
we'll get that for you during the break. So with that said, are there any other board communications? With that, we'll move on then to agenda item 4. Are there any cards for agenda item 4? Is there anyone here wishing to speak on any topic that is not on today's agenda? Seeing none, we'll move on to agenda item 5. And this is the update by the State Board Member Tam Dudek, who was not able to make today's board meeting, and unfortunately, she can't make tomorrow's meeting because we don't have one tomorrow, so. Move on then to agenda item number 6, the Executive Officer's Report. Is there any discussion?
And let me just move up there because we've got a number of items and a presentation to get going. October 23rd and 24th is
There you go.
WQCC.
October 23rd and 24th for WQCC.
I should note on that, I did note that there is not board compensation for attending that event. So it's a little bit like old times, but it's well worth going in any case.
You know, Executive Officer can correct me, or Linda can correct me if I'm wrong, but after reading that memo for the State Board, I really didn't see any significant changes in how we've been compensated and do business, so.
There is not. I don't think that there's any significant changes in terms of how we do business.
I don't know about other regional boards, but
I think it's more, and just for the audience's benefit, the Office of Chief Counsel recently put out a guidance memo, circulated to all the board members. It's available, through the State Water Board. That gives guidance as to what are the rules for board compensation, the payment of travel expenses and things of that nature. I think more than anything else, it was meant to really put the rules in black and white and kind of solidify our practices in a legally defensible memo. It's not going to be a big change for anybody here.
thank you.
And with that, I will proceed to the Executive Officer's report. As part of this report and part of the August board meeting, we do an end-of-year assessment. I know this has switched around a little bit from year to year. This is part of the portfolio management process, so there's going to be a long presentation. I'll try and keep it as short as I can, but it goes through all the program areas. But before that, I wanted to, number one, ask if there's any questions of the Executive Officer's written report, which is in front of you today. Number two, I have an update for the folks from the car fire. Clint Snyder's provided it to me late last night. Number three, we've got some employee awards to talk about. And number four, there is a matter relating to the Blue Ribbon panel for Clear Lake that I just want to talk about with the board. So initially, if you have any questions as to the written Executive Officer's report that's in front of you.
We'll do awards before you get into this in detail, right?
Oh, yeah.
Good,
Yeah.
okay.
So moving into the first of the many items that we've got, update on the car fire. So the car fire has had a very, very serious impact on the folks up in our Reading office. As of last night, the fire is now burned or currently burning 115,540 acres. It has destroyed 1,018 homes. 2,546 homes are still threatened by the fire. It's crossed over the Shasta-Trinity County line, moving west and north and quickly approaching Douglas City, which is in the Weaverville area, and Clare Engel Lake. Earlier this week and late last week, about 3/4 of the board's Reading staff were actually evacuated from their homes. So we were working through all the administrative processes necessary to make sure that they were not burdened and could concentrate on protecting their families and protecting their loved ones as the fire raged through that community.
Just as a perspective, if my math in my head is right, 115,000 acres is just a little short of 200 square miles.
Yeah, I think the estimates are it's bigger than the city of Philadelphia and its immediate surrounding areas, which is a huge metropolitan area. So the
Right.
amount burned up there is incredible. Overall, Clint reports back that the Reading staff have a positive attitude and are anxious to help in any way they can. Many staff in the Reading office have been volunteering at shelters as soon as they got their home secure. They immediately pivoted and helped their community members. So that's what they're doing with their time these days. A number of them are reporting into work. A lot of the work that they've been doing when they report to work is maintaining a continuous assessment of facilities that are threatened by the fire, whether they're drinking water facilities. We got very lucky, relatively speaking, about the drinking water facilities. There were a few facilities that are vulnerable to the fire that the fire missed. So drinking water largely has been unimpacted by the fire. That can change day to day. There was an issue with the Iron Mountain Mine, which is a giant Superfund site up in the area. There's about a $1.3 billion treatment plant designed to stop fish kills into Lake Shasta. That plant, for the time being, is secure. The fire really licked up right close to the perimeter of that facility, but the main facility is safe. There's a small fire that is currently burning within the Richmond mine, which is one of the three: the Maddie, the Iron Mountain, and the Richmond. They're all interconnected. US EPA has been very good about their response to that fire. They've been flying in experts from throughout the country to make sure that that does not pose a significant risk. They've done things like put robotic drones into that tunnel to maintain the fire. There's a very, very, very small chance that that fire could get significantly worse, and US EPA is firing on all cylinders to make sure that that does not happen. They may actually have fire response personnel going into that mine to stop the flames so that they don't spread. So we have been working virtually around the clock with US EPA on their response efforts with respect to that site. The human health risk from a release from the Iron Mountain Mine site itself is relatively small, but that said, the risk to aquatic life is still very, very large, the way the constituents work at that mine remediation site. If the fire got significantly worse, that would be a human health concern, so that's one of the reasons why US EPA and the other state agencies are marshaling all their resources to make sure that that does not get any worse. And like I said, it's a very, very, very small probability that something would happen, but I just wanted to let you know the current status there. With respect to what the Reading team is doing for future response, they're working with the State Water Board's recently formed Emergency Response Technical Working Group and the state's multi-agency watershed emergency response team, the Federal Burned Area Emergency Response Team, that's the BEAR, you may have heard a little bit about that, as well as the State Office of Emergency Services. A lot of the effort is focusing on, for the time being, securing the sites that we have out there, interfacing with CAL FIRE in terms of knowing what the risk is by the fire perimeter lines, and also ramping up to figure out what we're going to do in the wake of this fire to make sure that we can minimize the water quality impacts to the extent that we're able to. So that's the update. If you have any other questions, we can certainly follow up. Clint has been truly exemplary in keeping an even hand on the tiller for that Reading office, and you know the role that all of us have as managers here at the board is certainly, there are many technical and programmatic aspects. I think Clint has excelled in those, but he's also excelled in really helping keep his team's spirits up. being a rock of support for a lot of folks who are in very, very sensitive areas with respect to their family and the risk posed to their livelihoods. And so, very commendable that he's up there. He's continuing the good work right now. So that's the update from the Carr fire.
I just wanted to confirm, you didn't mention, and I assume then that's the case, that none of the board staff had lost their homes?
One of the board
One
staff
did?
has lost one of his homes. So it was an older house and the house did burn down. So we'll have some more information forthcoming after we talk with board staff and after he tells us what he's comfortable sharing. But yes, one board staffer lost his home. My understanding is that he does have some backup, that he's in high spirits. He's actually couldn't have happened to one of the nicest guys I know at the regional board. But yes, one staffer did lose a home.
Thank you, and maybe keep us informed, and if there's any fundraising around that individual in particular.
Absolutely. I will mention, for the benefit of, I have mentioned it to the board, but also any of the public here, the Employee Association, led by Jonathan Muir, here in the Rancho Cordova office, is having a tamale sale, bake sale. All the proceeds are going to go help out the families impacted in the Reading office. They're also selling sweatshirts, hats, gear for state water board or regional board stuff. So if you're interested in picking up a sweatshirt, picking up a T-shirt or something like that, the proceeds are going to Reading, and they are certainly accepting donations as well. I believe Alex McDonald is taking those, should anybody be so inclined to provide that. I'm sure the efforts will be ongoing. Even in our next meeting, I'm sure they'll continue. So feel free to contact me if you want any additional information. I will be providing you updates via email when I get the information. Okay, moving ahead. I'm going to do employee awards just after this next item. As the board discussed, we had a meeting in Clear Lake to talk with the community there that's impacted by a TMDL that the regional board adopted in 2006. In addition, the board has a representative on Assembly Bill 707's, what they have called the Blue Ribbon Committee for the Rehabilitation of Clear Lake. That is a committee that is formed under the Natural Resources Agency. We have Jennifer LeBay has been appointed as the board's representative. She helped coordinate the Clear Lake meeting. She's the program manager for the board's non-point source program. As board member Schneider mentioned, he's been heavily involved in efforts to restore water quality in Clear Lake, in addition to coast range issues and the Cache Creek watershed. My request, and I think Bob has concurred in some of the things that we've been sharing back and forth, is that the board authorize Bob to be an alternate. Correct me, Bob, if I'm wrong there, on the Blue Ribbon panel. I think hearing from Jennifer after we discussed this idea, she thinks it's a fantastic idea. Lending Bob's weight to that committee will actually give it a little bit more oomph. There might be even more community participation. Bob's engagement would be a big deal. The board certainly free to debate that. I also suggested that the board has a number of working groups because there's a lot of issues related to Clear Lake and the Cache Creek watershed and the Coast Range. If the board was interested in setting up a 2-board-member working group that could be available to discuss some ongoing issues, perhaps be available for discussion with staff, discussion with stakeholders, that's another proposal that's certainly out there as well, if that's the board's pleasure.
I thank Jennifer for everything she's done, a very capable individual, but given the nature of the legislation, I'm wondering if Bob ought to really be the lead
It's at the board's pleasure. I'm sure Jennifer would be able to. It is a significant time commitment. I think that's one of the reasons we had the discussion earlier this year. Actually, it was a discussion with Pamela about the appointment of Michelle Wood, who is Jennifer's predecessor, Jennifer's recent hire. We moved over to this office on the same day. But it's absolutely the board's pleasure as to who it would like to appoint, and if it wants to revisit that appointment, I'm sure Jennifer would be more than happy to brief the board member as to what the efforts are thus far, and to inform them the current status.
So,
Carl,
yes, go ahead, Bob.
I mean, the importance here is this is a legislation bill, and it calls for a board member representation on this committee. And the last time I remember this, actually, it was the Pacific Stewardship Council, in which I became the representative. And then when I went off the board, Sophie Mulholland became the representative. And then when I came back on the board, I certainly was not going to usurp the work that she was doing, which was rather excellent and far beyond my capabilities. And but I enjoyed being the alternate there. I think straight up, you know, having a board as the primary person is fine. I'm not going to do the work that Jennifer does. I'm happy to be the alternate in this case, actually. But I think having a board member, whoever it is, and I hope, you know, I'm willing to do this. The attention of people looking at this from Lake County and saying, is the board there? They need to know the board is there and not just, no offense, but just a staff member. So I'm actually happy to, I mean, Jennifer's going to do the work. I'm happy to be an alternate. I have no worries about that in this case. If it had, you know, just came up at the board original question, then yeah, I might be the primary. But in this case, since we've already moved forward, and I'm not going to begin to any way, shape, or form usurp the good work that Jennifer's done and demonstrated, and I really appreciate it. So yes, I would like to be the alternate in this case, and then if that's the case, then I want to be able to work directly with Jennifer. Generally, I work through you, and then you know, because you're our employee, but if we can just set it up so I can communicate with Jennifer directly and CCU, then I think
That is absolutely appropriate. And frankly, my discussion with Jennifer, that's kind of our expectation. You know, if you want to fulfill that role, that you could work with her directly. She'll keep me in the loop, and then we can certainly report back to the board. I will note that you know, some of these discussions happen certainly before I was executive officer. It's not that often that the legislature sets up these blue ribbon task force, but just for the board's reference, should this happen again and for some other matter, we're probably going to bring it to the board for that type of discussion. You know, but again, I think Jennifer's work has been great. Michelle's work before that was pretty solid. It's taken a while for the Resources Agency to set this up. It probably should have been a little while ago that they convened their first meeting, but it is underway now, and the appointment of you by the board as an alternate, I think would really bolster the efforts that are currently underway.
So the discussion has been with Jennifer continuing as the principal and Bob as the alternate. I'd like to ask if there's any board members have any input at this time. If this is going in a direction, well, either pro or con or whatever, that this is going in the direction you think it should, or in a direction you think it needs to go in another direction, whatever, I'd appreciate the comment.
Well, certainly the Lake County issue was very important, and I like the idea of having board representation close to the program as it moves along. And you know, Member Schneider is, you know, personally interested in it. I think geographically he's reasonably close, and so I tend to support the discussion that's going on.
I also support it.
Yeah, likewise.
And John indicated likewise. Any further comment?
Need a motion?
Don't need a motion. This is,
I'll support Bob as well.
yeah, this is consensus, if you will.
Excellent.
Go ahead.
And so lastly, I pose a question to the board if a couple board members would be interested in setting up a working group. That's certainly an option, and that working group would be more related to all the issues related to the watersheds in that area, Cache Creek, Coast Range, and Clear Lake. I mean, those are some of the concerns that will be of a lot of importance to us as the board works through some issues related to mercury, related to abandoned mines, and related to interfacing with the tribal representatives in that area. Again, we will continue, regardless of what the board decides, I will continue to provide the information in the executive officer's report, and the board can certainly weigh in on that. But if a couple board members wanted to participate more intimately in those type of efforts, and wanted to be available for staff, that's certainly an option.
So what I would ask is that if there is a board member who is interested, please speak with Patrick and Bob, and we can discuss this further next executive officer's report.
Sounds good to me.
I'm talking about the formation of your two-person committee.
Absolutely. All right, moving ahead to something a little more uplifting. We have some employee awards, Superior Accomplishment Awards. First, if Rebecca and Janelle could come up. And real quick, we also have an award, and she's not able to attend today, but that's I will still let the board know about her award. Christine Hernandez, an office technician in the Fresno office, is getting one of the Superior Accomplishment Awards. And it says, Christine began working at the Central Valley Water Board's Fresno office about a year ago when several experienced administrative staff had just retired. Christine had to learn many of the processes for answering calls, handling incoming and outgoing mail, editing correspondence, and helping prepare items for the board meeting agenda without anyone experienced working with her. She's a quick learner, and it did not take her long to understand her job duties and begin excelling at them. Christine was able to keep the office's work flowing and agenda items processed on time with almost no oversight or assistance necessary. Christine has continued to improve her knowledge and skills beyond the minimum required for her job classification. She is able to handle whatever work is given her, and she gets it done accurately and on time. Christine is a valuable asset to the Fresno office and the water board system. She has a great attitude and works cooperatively with staff, dischargers, and the public. As the first contact for many of the stakeholders conducting business with the board, she represents us professionally and treats every caller or visitor with respect and courtesy. Christine is deserving of the Superior Accomplishment Award. Christine, I will second everything that is said in that recommendation by her supervisors. She is the smiling face that you see when you come into the Fresno office, and my goodness, she has handled a lot of work that was handed to her very quickly and was a very quick study. All of the Superior Accomplishment Award recipients get a very small financial bonus. It's best we can do at the regional board to recognize folks for their work in this context, but Christine is a great asset to the Fresno office, and with the upcoming retirement of Denise Bowman, she's going to be taking on a little bit more work. I have no doubt that all that work is in capable hands. Next, we have Rebecca Tabor, who's to my left here, Water Resources Control Engineer in the Reading office. So she's made the way down to Reading today. Rebecca Tabor is a Water Resource Control Engineer in the Reading Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program and is being recognized for her outstanding work performance. Rebecca joined the Central Valley Water Board in May of 2015 as a Water Resource Control Engineer in the Non-15 Waste Discharge Requirements Unit and has worked in the Irrigated Lands Unit for the past year. In this short time, Rebecca has made considerable contributions to the unit and has fulfilled her role as a liaison to the Sacramento Valley Water Quality Coalition, a third-party group that represents growers in the Sacramento River watershed. Rebecca quickly gained the respect of the coalition director and the delegates of the 13 sub-watersheds that constitute the coalition, and provides regular outreach by attending monthly coalition meetings. Through her interactions, she has formed personal relationships and has proven to be responsive and professional in her work. Rebecca is responsible for reviewing monitoring plans and numerous reports submitted by the coalition as a requirement of the program. True to her ambitious nature, Rebecca has quickly become knowledgeable of the program and is always eager to learn more. One of her many strengths lies in her ability to analyze complex data and in her exceptional communication skills. She recently succeeded in the review of the coalition's annual monitoring plan, which involved a complicated new protocol for evaluating pesticides. This required significant communication between Rebecca and the coalition, as well as the evaluation of a complex technical report relative to the protocol. In her position, Rebecca is often required to juggle multiple work items and various demands of her time. She follows through with her many tasks and is conscientious and hardworking. Her positive attitude and aptitude to learn are an asset to the program. The Central Valley Water Board is fortunate to have Rebecca as part of its staff and greatly appreciates her contributions. And frankly, I've worked with her even when she was with the non-15 unit, and recently just signed a management plan for organic pesticides that she authored, the approval letter, and another management plan for organic pesticides in Lurline Creek and Willow Slough Bypass. Working with the Sacramento Coalition is tougher than some coalitions. It's composed of 13 watersheds. Bruce Haveshelt is its representative. You've seen Bruce, his effort at corralling all of his various constituents. Rebecca has that same challenge, and she handles it admirably. So with that, Rebecca, I congratulate you and present you with the Superior Accomplishment Award. And we'll take all the pictures at the end. We've got one more. And there's Janelle. Janelle Brown is an associate government program analyst working for the Central Valley Water Board's Rancho Cordova office's Program Support Unit. Janelle is nominated for the Sustained Superior Accomplishment Award for her exceptional performance in supporting the region's NPDES and SWAMP programs, and specifically for her outstanding work in the development of the region's Laboratory Analysis Services contract. In the past several months, Janelle has made notable contributions by assisting NPDES program and SWAMP staff in an effort to improve water quality in the American River Parkway. Janelle has provided extensive support on numerous stakeholder meetings to ensure all water quality concerns associated with the American River Parkway project are brought to the participating agency's attention in an organized and efficient manner. She is also instrumental in helping to implement Lean Six Sigma recommendations for the NPDES program. Janelle's creative touch and her ability to organize extensive program information into a PowerPoint presentation format that is well organized while meeting the needs of the intended audience was most recently recognized during the Central Valley Clean Water Association's recent annual conference. And frankly, she prepared that presentation for me to give. It was one of the sharpest presentations I've ever seen, culling information together from a variety of very difficult program areas and consolidating it into a very easy to understand presentation. Janelle brings an extensive lab background to the Central Valley Water Board and has provided very helpful in serving and proved very successful in serving as the region's lab coordinator, assisting staff with requests for lab testing services, replenishing lab supplies, and researching options for lab services. Most recently, Janelle was instrumental in the development and securing of Region 5's Laboratory Analysis Services contract. Those contracts are tough. Janelle spent countless hours analyzing the reporting limits and method detection limits received from prospective bidders to facilitate a favorable notice of contract award that encompassed all detection needs for the Redding, Fresno, and Rancho Cordova offices. Janelle is dependable, hardworking, and is always willing to take on extra work to meet the goals of the regional board. The region appreciates Janelle's organizational skills, capabilities, work ethic, and dedication. I'll also add her positive attitude to that. Janelle's contributions to the region are invaluable to the region's success, and I'm pleased to present Janelle Brown with the Superior Accomplishment Award. And in addition to the executive assistant and board clerk, Kieran's also the official photographer for these. So if we could take a couple pictures, that'd be perfect. Yeah, let me get those out.
Great work.
Patrick, can I, one issue, I know normally we have a tour up in Reading, and that takes a lot of time and effort from staff, and if there is something that is simple, okay, and relevant, but if not, I would be fine with not having those resources directed to us in the next
Yeah.
board meeting.
In fact, we are, Corinne's going to be checking to see if there's even lodging available for us. And we're going to have to, based upon the logistics, there's a chance that we may have to schedule the meeting elsewhere.
Yeah, and I think at the current juncture, it looks like all systems are go for a meeting, but we'll continue to assess the situation.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes post-fire, the communities are looking for more hotel rooms to be filled, so.
Everybody
to the
moves out
extent-
because,
Yeah, so to the extent that our efforts are supportive there, it will. I do think what's planned for October is not a tour at the current juncture. We plan on having a number of substantive items up in October to talk about with the stakeholders out there. Want to make sure that we have a meaty, substantive meeting up there. There's a lot of water quality concerns in the area, not just related to fire. Board member Markham suggested that this go-around, we really make the extra effort to have a lot of meaningful discussions, whether it's the triennial review, whether it's a discussion of some of the board's priorities with respect to basin planning, fire, cannabis, Office of Enforcement, even SIGMA. We're all planning on having discussions on that up there.
so I would expect a different two-day meeting than we've had in the recent past.
All right.
Also, we only have a one-day meeting this time. So much effort went into getting CV salts out and some of the other issues that quite frankly, staff has been, and of course with the new executive officer, staff is regrouping. I suspect we're going to see that on future calendars. We're going to be kept very busy, in other words.
You bet. And I will say that it's a light meeting in part due to CV salts taking up much of the oxygen in the beginning part of the year. We're also, there's a few items that went to October so that we could have the discussions up in the Reading office. And with that, if we're all set with that, I can move into my presentation, which is the end of year report. Good morning, Chair and members of the Central Valley Water Board. I'm here today, my first regular meeting as your executive officer. to provide you with an assessment of where the board's 21 different programs have gone in fiscal year 2017, 2018, and where we're going to go in fiscal year 2018, 2019. And since a lot of this presentation is keyed to the portfolio management process that was developed starting in 2011, and since the board hasn't heard about this process in quite some time, I'll provide a little bit of a refresher about portfolio management along with my presentation. For your reference, the board's portfolio management cycle is synced with the state's fiscal calendar, which means it begins on July 1. That's why the end-of-year assessment is presented to the board during the first regular board meeting after the end of the fiscal year, so that's this meeting. And I can't take credit for most of the stuff that went on in this, but there's a lot of effort by all the board's 21.
But you had your finger in a lot of it, too.
For better, for worse. Since becoming appointed executive officer, I have really been undergoing a crash course in portfolio management. I've worked extensively in each one of the board's 21 areas in my time here, but I haven't had a chance to see a lot of what's happening behind the scenes and what drives certain project priorities forward, and really what the process is for developing the permits. It usually comes to the board's legal counsel at the beginning and the end, and a lot of the hard work is done in the middle and in the planning process. Since I know that several of you have been appointed since this program was initiated in 2011, the portfolio management process, I'm going to provide you with a bit of an overview of this. I'm then going to spend the rest of the presentation giving you an overview of the board's programs, including the past year's achievements and what we aim to accomplish in the year to come. I've roughly broken this part of the presentation into 5 sections, discussing in turn the board's core permitting programs like the NPDES and WDR programs, the board's planning, monitoring, and assessment programs, the board's admin program, the special permitting programs like those that regulate the dairies or the irrigated lands regulatory program, and finally the enforcement and cleanup programs. And please bear in mind that we'll just scratch the surface here today. More detail is provided in the program fact sheets, which I've provided to all of you and which are available online and which are updated annually by the program managers. Additional accomplishments, setbacks, achievements are also contained in the executive officer's reports, which are provided to you and to the public in advance of every regional board meeting. Portfolio management is a way of providing consistency, accountability, and evaluative tools to make sure that the board's programs are achieving clear, measurable goals on a yearly basis. Central to the portfolio management approach is an annual work plan, which contains a brief history of the program, a summary of the current status of the program, an assessment of the program resources, and a way of distributing those resources between core programs and priority projects. The annual work plan will also contain performance targets to assess progress and a description of the key program issues that consist of the challenges facing the program in the year to come. The program manager is the individual most responsible for the success of the program. In 2011, the board confirmed the key role of the program manager and established the portfolio management process. That was a meeting that was given to the board, a presentation that was given to the board in 2011. And the first annual work plans came into being in 2014. Each program manager gets help from an executive sponsor, which is one of the assistant executive officers. So all of the assistant executive officers are linked to at least one of these programs. They're there for the program manager to help support them. This has been really important in the past few months where we've had a bunch of new program managers. I see at least Jim Marshall, Kim Sellards in the audience who both took on new program management leads within the past few months. They have been doing the same crash course that I've been doing with this portfolio management. And lastly, the Executive Management Group, or EMG, is composed of the assistant executive officers plus myself and we collectively work together to translate the board's policy directives into the Basin Plan amendments, permits, and policies that have a real and meaningful effect on water quality in the Central Valley. So really everything that you say in a board meeting, we try and take note of that. We try and take note of all your policy perspectives in helping the program managers craft their annual work plans. So this somewhat messy schematic is actually a simplified view of the portfolio management process, and no need to scrutinize this in detail. I'll be talking through the individual components in more detail in the next few slides. What is important to note here is that the big blue wheel is a substantive implementation of the annual work plans. The pale peach color in this slide and the upcoming slide, so this right here and right here, is where the executive management group checks in with the program managers and helps steer the development and implementation of their annual work plans. The orange color, so just the prioritization here, and there's a couple places in subsequent slides, is where the board itself participates in the development of program priorities. The dark circles, the ones down here, are the deployment of the program work plans and the development of individual work plans by individual board staff. One thing you will have noted from the prior slide is the fact that the big blue wheel is divided into quarters based on the fiscal year. The year is divided into 4 quarters to allow periodic reports or check-ins with the executive management group. This is the most direct way that the executive management group provides continuous assessment of the programs and the progress towards meeting the annual work plan goals. The first step in this process is to establish program priorities for the upcoming year. For some programs, these may be a continuation of the previous year's priorities, and for others, they may be partially or entirely new. There are 4 important steps involved in the establishment of program priorities. In November, which is probably right around here, program managers developed proposed program priorities for the following fiscal year. In December, which is this rectangle right here, the board will consider the proposed priorities during the EO report presentation. In January, the program manager works with the executive sponsor, that's the assistant executive officer, on the draft work plan. The EMG, the executive management group, will confirm the program priorities and any resource allocation changes necessary to meet the upcoming fiscal year priorities. The leadership team will meet in late January to discuss priorities and will verify total program PY allocations, that's personnel year allocations for the one board staffer, which will be incorporated into each annual programmatic work plan. An approved work plan defines the core activities and priority projects to be completed with the allotted resources during the upcoming fiscal year. Work plan distribution serves the most critical role in relaying the program manager's goals and objectives to staff. After the EMG approves the work plan, the program manager distributes the work plan to the program supervisors in all 3 offices. The supervisors then distribute the work plans to the seniors that work under them, and the seniors subsequently distribute those work plans to the staff. Then, the development of individual and unit work plans are developed in the reverse order, bottom up. So all staff are required to prepare an annual individual work plan that is consistent with the approved work plan or work plans for the programs to which they are assigned. So a number of staff work in a couple program areas, or sometimes even more than that. This is basically a breakdown of their individual work commitments over the upcoming year. Staff will submit their work plans to their senior for approval and consolidation into the senior's unit work plan. This is also the part of the work plan development process where staff that work in multiple programs can work with their seniors and supervisors to allocate their resources over the coming year to make sure that there's no conflicts, everything's due in March or everything's due in 1 month. That's instead spread out. Senior unit work plans are then submitted to the supervisor for approval and consolidation into the supervisor's work plan, and then supervisors meet and confer with the program manager to complete the process. At this point, each person working in the program has established their commitment to the program manager's goals and objectives as provided in the approved programmatic work plan. And feel free to stop me at any time if you have any questions. Again, a lot of this is new to me, but it's really exciting from my perspective to see how these get hashed out and how the executive management group in years past has gotten staff buy-in on these work plans. Upon completion of the work plan distribution, the program managers will hold face-to-face kickoff meetings with program staff from all 3 offices. And we just recently completed these meetings. Usually they're held here in the Rancho Cordova office. For others, they're held in some of the other offices. Oilfield was down in Fresno. Really good opportunity for everybody from the 3 offices to get together, working in a single program area, meet with their program manager. I tried to attend as many of these as I could and really get these efforts underway in a fashion that makes sure that everybody's on board for the upcoming year. Final assessments also occurred during the July quarterly briefing. And the point of this exercise is to identify core activities and priority projects that were completed as proposed in the annual work plan, identify each of those activities that were not completed as proposed and the reasons why they weren't, and to assess resource allocation in each office to meet program needs, change processes or procedures for future year work plans, and discuss staff suggestions for improvements or program considerations. Following the assessment, the EO will provide a report to the board, that's what I'm doing here today, and to the public. Transparency is a core value of the board. That's one of the reasons why I'm presenting it to you in a public forum, to really allow the entire public. This presentation will go up on the website. The fact sheets are up on the website, so everybody can see what we did, what we didn't do over the past year, and what we aim to do in the year to come. And I'll also add the annual work plan process and the continuous check-ins will also help us juggle when a significant challenge comes in. So one of the tasks that we'll be doing in the months to come is to change a lot of these individual work plans to make sure that appropriate resources are dedicated for response to the fires in Reading and to any other fires or other type of significant challenges that come up. So there's going to be meetings coming up between the program managers saying, look, we need some of your staff to divert resources from getting one thing done to getting a fairly urgent thing done with respect to the fire. And we're also working with Region 1. They do a similar process, though not quite as detailed, to make sure that the appropriate resources are going in the right area.
So can you tell me which program areas are dealing with the fire up in Reading?
All of them is kind of the short answer. I think that we're going to have a little bit of everybody working on this. The basin planning swamp units will probably be trying to look at their budgets for the year to come, figure out if there's any water quality needs, any sampling needs that need to be done. Admin is working through some emergency contracting issues to get monies freed up to do sampling, making sure that the administrative time off is granted. Our cannabis programs doing watershed assessments and figuring out if there's sites that burned, if there's sites that pose a threat to water quality. Landfills are pretty big. Figuring out where to take the rubbish from the fire and where to put that in such a way that it won't create problems. Forest, just about everybody. It's almost an all hands on deck. I'm pretty sure oil field isn't that involved, but you never know. It's even if somebody needs some expertise, that's needed for a groundwater sampling plan, we might even say, look, you got to review something coming out of here. So, and you never know. There could be a fire anywhere in the state that we still have to respond to.
Well, just fishing for any emergency money from the feds or the state, or we just have to deal with existing whatever we've got?
It's in terms of injecting money into our processes. There's a lot of it happens in the emergency contracting to get some sampling done, things like that. Office of Emergency Services coordinates a lot of the state's response. The feds will pour money in. Since we don't usually do a lot of the construction work or heavy equipment work ourselves, a lot of what we're doing is going to be reviewing work plans submitted by, say, federal agencies, by emergency service agencies, public, private folks, to make sure that they're consistent with adequate water quality protection. So that's the main way which we interface.
Patrick, certainly the emphasis on the car fire because of the structural losses is important, but also mentioned have been the current Lake County fires. There's also been the Pawnee fire, and then Napa and Yola was the 90,000 acre county fire. And I think Carmen mentioned the Ferguson fire, and there may be others, smaller ones that I'm not aware of. But I think it's important as we talk about these to be cognizant that there are lots of fires in our region that are occurring now or have occurred and will occur. So because of the structural and dollar value losses, the car fire comes to mind first, but let's be cognizant of how this is affecting our region in a very large way.
Absolutely, and that's why I tried to just say fires, plural, and one of the reasons why I can't tell at this point, but one of the reasons why we might have staff in a program like oil fields going to review something is because that's our Fresno office is likely going to be facing some questions about Ferguson. Again, that response has yet to be coordinated at the management level. We're kind of working on tracking them, working on interfacing with CAL FIRE and the federal agencies and how they're responding to that. But in the aftermath of one of these fires, it really is an all hands on deck because it's very well proven to be the case in the past that this is the priority. This is the priority in terms of ameliorating a threat to water quality. All right, so into the 21 different program areas, and I'm breaking this up for the purposes of this presentation into these 5 general groups. That doesn't quite align with how the office is divided. There's certain other requirements, but these are generally speaking to move the discussion along and to keep the discussion in one subject area. That's how I'm dividing this presentation here today. First, the permitting programs, and first of these is the NPDES permitting program. NPDES is the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System. It is a Clean Water Act program, a state-implemented federal program to regulate point source discharges to waters of the United States under delegated authority from US EPA. So in this program, we've got 49 major permits, 53 minor permits, and that's terminology shaped by US EPA, and 3 general permits. Approximately 26 staff are dedicated to the NPDES program. That's about 3.5 in Fresno, 5.6 in Redding, and 16.6 in Sacramento. So this is a very big, very significant program for the board. In 2017-2018, the NPDES program began to implement or continued to implement the Lean Six Sigma recommendations, and that's a process that we follow to help streamline the permitting process and basically make it so that we're more responsive to our stakeholders. When they need a permit, we try and remove all the choke points to make sure that the permits are reviewed and promulgated in an efficient manner. This past year, we also adopted a municipal general order, which also should streamline some of the permitting requirements for publicly owned treatment works that can meet water quality requirements at the end of pipe, and that means they don't need a mixing zone. They don't need any kind of special accommodation in that regard. We also had 14 permit renewals and conducted 38 inspections of NPDES facilities. Those inspections are very detailed. They go into a lot of the workings that are behind the effluent limitations at those facilities.
On the municipal general order, it's my understanding, speaking with you, that they can be quite specific, though, for the facility. If the facility needs a pretreatment program, if there's other special considerations for that facility, that would be reflected in the permit, probably also in the MRP. Is that
Absolutely.
correct?
Absolutely. I think if you look at the municipal general order, if you actually print that sucker out, it is huge. And part of the reason why it's so big is that there are water quality tables, essentially the calculated effluent limits that vary based on different site-specific conditions at the facilities. And that is the process that we ordinarily run through for the individual permits. It results in a very detailed permit requirements that are specific to that facility. And any pretreatment program also would likely be separately authorized by the board. Those are something that come up for board consideration when they've got a pretreatment program. Office of Chief Counsel generally tends to review the local ordinances that implement the pretreatment program, because that's kind of how the local municipalities get a hold of those requirements. So everything necessary to protect water quality is in that municipal general order.
Question.
Yeah.
38 inspections, just to put in perspective, how many facilities total was it?
Let me go back. So 49 major, 53 minor. The 3 general cover a handful of facilities. One of the general permits only covers 1 facility at this point. So about a fifth of the facilities were covered with an inspection over the past year.
So I got a question about our municipal general order. Are the other regions have similar orders or identical orders? That East San Joaquin ruling by state board over us, created some similarities across California and
Yeah. So
ag. Is the same thing happening with NPDES?
So I'll say yes and no. So some of the stormwater program, which is addressed separately, is a state program that all the regions implement. So there's state construction general permit. There's a statewide industrial general permit. So those are implemented on a state level. With respect to the municipal general order, there's not a similar effort that's being undertaken in any of the other regions, at least to my knowledge. Frankly, we have a lot more of these facilities than most of the other regions do. If you look at LA, they've basically got 3 very, very big publicly owned treatment plants that cover most of the region. It's similar in the Bay Area. So we're really one of the only regions that has a huge volume of publicly owned treatment works. I think the reason why you don't see the same type of issues as you do in the ag program is that the requirements for a federal NPDES permit, as implemented by US EPA, it's a huge amount of very, very prescriptive requirements. So there's all these, NPDES programming guidance. There's lots, technical manuals and things like that are very, very prescriptive as to the very detailed NPDES permits. That's why when you get one of those in your board package, it's about a ½ inch. So you don't. There's a lot of consistency kind of mandated on that program by the federal regulations. So this municipal general order is just a way of streamlining those regulations in a single permit for a bunch of our facilities. One facility is currently enrolled in that general order, but as the other 5-year permits expire, we're going to be enrolling a lot of those in them in the years to come. So for 2018-2019, the NPDES program will continue to monitor the statewide developed chronic toxicity policy. We are going to continue ammonia planning efforts with the Central Valley Clean Water Association. Whether that results in a basin plan amendment or technical guidance on how you implement ammonia in the Central Valley is something that we're working through with our stakeholders. And we're also going to expand the NPDES program manual. Again, that's kind of the manual that the permitting staff use as a reference as they prepare these permits. We've got a lot of new staff coming on and a lot of complex issues. So we want to make sure that there's consistency in how we implement these requirements. Moving next into the waste discharge requirement program. This program regulates those discharges that can affect groundwater, and it also regulates non-NPDES surface water discharges. So there's certain exemptions to the NPDES program. The WDR program regulates those type of discharges. Permittees include sewage treatment facilities, food processing facilities, including wineries, wastewater recycling facilities, sand and gravel mines, and other industries that discharge non-hazardous wastes. We've got 23 full-time staff. They regulate over 1,400 facilities in the Central Valley, with about 1,000 of those facilities regulated by individual waste discharge requirements and 390 facilities regulated under general waste discharge requirements. In 2017, 2018, some of the accomplishments were, you heard about this in Fresno, a long time negotiation between the City of Lemoore, the Leprino Food Company, Westlake Farms Incorporated, and Sandridge Partners resulted in a time schedule order, or TSO, that really helped save that community from not having a place to put its wastewater. Those efforts are ongoing to find a more permanent solution. And frankly, we're looking at a bunch of other facilities that could be in a similar situation to make sure that we stave those off before a crisis occurs. The WDR program issued 22 individual waste discharge requirements. That happens at board meetings, 66 general order enrollments, and conducted 202 inspections of various facilities. The WDR unit was also working through the local agency management programs, which implement the OTS policy, or the on-site wastewater treatment system policy. That's the policy that prescribes requirements for septic tanks statewide. We issued those for all but 2 counties. We're way ahead of a lot of the other regional boards, even given the fact that we have some of the most severely disadvantaged county governments throughout the state. There's a lot of credit given to the staff in that program for working with the counties. The only county, presuming that the board addresses one of the other lamps that's up for consideration today, the only county that has not come around was Lake County, which has very, very specialized concerns owing to the fact that a fire some time ago, not this recent fire, but the fire in the prior year, burned down their offices. So, you know, we've been working with them, giving them a little more time to come around and get their lamp approved.
When you say all but 1 or 2 counties, we're talking, what, 32 counties?
I think it's a little less than that. Some of the counties we overlap, and I don't have the names off the top.
Sure.
But we're still reviewing them. So Region 1 has a couple counties where they overlap Region 1 and Region 5. I think in those cases, there's a few that Region 1 is doing the LAMP approval, but we're still looking at it because it affects water quality within our region. But it's a tremendous number. I think maybe 27 or 28 of those. We talking with the other regional boards, they're still working on approval. They're about a year past the deadline. We got most of them across the line by the deadline, which was May of last year. So extraordinary effort from our staff, in particular Eric Rapport, a couple other staff in the Rancho Cordova and Fresno offices got that done. In 2018, 2019, the WDR program will work on making CV salts changes to the permits, at minimum forecasting where we plan on going with CV salts, but that usually involves a lot of discussions about how we're going to get those over 1,000 facilities permitted under the new CV salts rubric. We're going to continue to implement the Lean Six Sigma program in the WDR program to make sure that we get those permits issued in a very expeditious manner and still protect water quality. We're planning on developing new region-wide general orders to regulate certain classes of facilities. And we're also going to be continuing to deploy GeoTracker, which I know, Dan, you had a briefing on GeoTracker. State Water Board has volunteered to give any board member who's interested a briefing on GeoTracker. It's a publicly accessible database that can hold a ton of water quality information, many times in PDF form, the actual monitoring reports. And the WDR program has been on the forefront of rolling that out and getting all their information into that publicly accessible database. And we're going to continue to do that in the next fiscal year.
I'd like to comment on the region-wide general orders. I spoke a few minutes ago on municipal general order. these general orders, my understanding is that they are just as prescriptive as the orders that are now being issued, but this is to make the enrollment more efficient
Absolutely.
and to make better use of staff time and also better use of the time of people that have to participate in these general orders. And and I say that because there tends to be a fear among some of the public that in fact we are becoming more lax by using general orders. And that is, nothing could be farther from the truth from what I've seen.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, to be quite frank, in the development of a general order, many times it scoops up industries who have old WDRs, and all of a sudden we're telling them, you got to enroll under the general order. We adopted it. It covers your facility now, and so sometimes they've got more requirements under the general order. We work as best we can to meet with the stakeholders well in advance, so there's a long discussion period where everybody, knows what the goals are, how we're going to deploy the general order.
But as you make a change to the general order, that applies to everybody under the general order. You don't have to go back and do each one individually, which is a huge time-consuming process and sometimes takes years, given other requirements, sometimes take years to complete.
Absolutely. Waste discharge requirements can only be issued by the board. So you have to go through the full process to update waste discharge requirements. So you're exactly right. If we've got 50 facilities regulated under a general order, that's fully protective of water quality. A lot easier to make a change to that general order than it is to individually update all 50 of those orders. So there's a significant benefit in modernizing permitting by using the general order. Moving ahead, water quality certification. So water quality certification program regulates the removal or placement of materials in wetlands and waterways, including navigational dredging, flood control channelization, levee construction, channel clearing, and fill of wetlands for development. These projects typically require a Section 404 permit from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and the water quality certification is issued pursuant to Section 401 of the Clean Water Act. The water quality certification program, one of their main goals is to implement the state and federal no net loss policies, which basically mean if your development really needs to fill 1 acre of wetland, the regional board and the federal government expect that you're going to create or pay into a mitigation bank that's going to create more than that, at a minimum the same, but in most cases more wetlands than that which you've taken out. 9 staff work in this program.
I don't want to spend much time on that today. Might be interesting sometime to talk about the Corps' role.
Absolutely.
And then also the issue with the Corps and levees and dredging.
We have an interesting relationship with the Army Corps of Engineers, and I'll leave it at that. They're a big federal agency. Sometimes they do what we consider the right thing, and other times not so much. So, we work with them as a partner the vast majority of the time. But we've butted heads in years past, and we'll continue to make sure that we make our case that water quality needs to be protected regardless of the type of project. In 2017, 2018, the Water Quality Certification Unit issued 340 certifications. That's up from 222. Conducted 29 inspections and continued staff training and development. So there's a lot of movement in that program in this past year. In 2018, 2019, the goals are to review 95% of applications for completeness within 30 days of receipt, issue 95% of certification within 60 days of receiving complete information, and to develop a general order certification for maintenance dredging. We just for your reference, the reason why we hit so many certifications in this past year, we have a number of dynamic staff who were promoted, and frankly, they hit those 95% targets this past year, and that's why you see the numbers up significantly. It's a tough program. You got to deal with CEQA in a way that you don't necessarily have to deal with in the NPDES permitting program. It requires a deft touch, and that program has been developing its expertise in that area in the last year.
Can you quickly tell me how do you decide when you do a on-site certification? You can't visit them all, I suppose. I mean, how do they figure that out?
So there isn't an on-site certification per se. What the water quality certification really is, it's almost a type of permit. So when you get a federal permit, the permit to dredge a waterway, fill a wetland, install a pier, before that federal permit goes into effect, there's a state water quality certification that has a list of requirements basically saying you got to follow these elements to protect state water quality before you begin the federal permit. So it's a feature of the Federal Clean Water Act. That's what gives us that authority to attach on to a federal permit in that way. And so the water quality certifications are really that permit. They have to get that before they do any of the activities, and then we'll follow up with inspections as necessary. And the way we prioritize the inspections for that unit is really based on a threat to water quality. And our compliance and enforcement unit also works through the enforcement of water quality certifications, or when folks fail to get them when they embark on a project that's going to fill wetlands or do something like that. All right. Stormwater. Stormwater program implements NPDES permits. It's a special subcategory of NPDES permits to regulate the discharge of pollutants in stormwater to surface waters. And right here you see all three of the type of programs that we regulate under stormwater. There's construction stormwater in the upper left, low impact development as part of the MS4 program, and then the industrial general permit, that's a regulated site on the bottom left. I'm not sure they have their secondary containment all lined up on that site. So it is divided into three programs: construction stormwater, industrial stormwater, and municipal separate storm sewer systems, or MS4s. MS4 is most of your communities, the big communities in the state will have one. If you ever see a drain that has that logo, drains to the bay, drains to a river, that's an MS4 system. And we've got about 12 PYs, or personnel years, to implement this program across the offices. In 2017-2018, the construction stormwater unit did 427 field inspections and issued 438 enforcement actions. The reason why the enforcement action is a little bigger, that's when you have failure to file your reporting requirements, we'll issue the notices of violation. That's an enforcement action. Doesn't always require you to get on to the site to see that somebody who's registered under the program hasn't filled out their report. Industrial stormwater, it implemented a focused, prioritized effort for case follow-up, conducted 198 field inspections, and did 462 enforcement actions. And again, that's largely for failure to file paperwork, but some of those rose to the level of more drastic enforcement actions. MS4, we also adopted in a couple years ago a new regional MS4 general permit. The MS4 program is working on implementing that general permit. In 2018-2019, the goal is to target 385 inspections. That's actually the same goal from 2017-2018. We overshot it a little bit. That's great. We try to hit it right on the hit the nail right on the head, but we'd rather have more inspections than less if you're going to miss that target. Industrial stormwater targeted 195, and for the MS4 program, continue to implement the new MS4 permit.
So cost of the inspections is borne by the permit and fees?
The cost for just about all the inspections that the board does is borne by permit fees. It's built into the fee structure for all of our programs.
But staff is not limited. If they've really got to look at something, they can get out and look at them.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And to be honest, that's kind of a part and parcel of how the program manager allocates its resources. If the need be, if the need is, they take a look at it and says, you know what, we have to spend more time on some of these sites. We have to do a little bit more inspections this upcoming year. They'll have to figure out, we'll have to figure out a way of allocating those resources to get the job done. Recognizing that resources are limited, and they're probably going to come from somewhere else. So that's why we have to make tough decisions as part of the prioritization. Moving into the planning, monitoring, and assessment programs. First of these is the Basin Planning Program. The basin planning, we've got two basin plans, the Sacramento and San Joaquin River Basins Plan, the Tulare Lake Basin Plan, and these basically are the blueprint for all the board's permitting actions. Basin plans are amended through a structured process involving peer review, public participation, and environmental review. And key to this program is the development and approval of the triennial review, which basically is what are we going to do in the next 3 years with respect to planning actions. Some of these discussions will be held next in October in Reading, and we aim to have a triennial review work plan approved by the board in December. 6.5 personnel year work in the basin planning program, but that's a little independent from CV SALT's TMDL and Delta programs, all of which do interface with the basin planning program, but have separate carve-outs in terms of how we manage them. All right. In 2017-2018, major accomplishments, we solicited the ideas for the triennial review. So what we'll be looking at in October is the list of projects that we got back from stakeholders. And the Basin Planning Program also committed major support for the CV SALT's effort this past year. In 2018-2019, we plan on completing the triennial review, like I said, and planning to initiate phase 2 of the Ag Water Body Beneficial Use Designation Project, assess tribal beneficial uses, and continue to support CV SALTs. All of that is subject to discussion in October and December. However, I think we've got some ongoing commitments for CV SALT, so I'd be surprised if we deviated from those. The TMDL habitat, or TMDL program, sorry about that. Section 303D of the Federal Clean Water Act requires states to develop lists of water bodies that do not meet water quality standards and to establish total maximum daily loads, or TMDLs, necessary to correct these water quality impairments. The keyboard is acting up this time. So there's 930 Central Valley water body pollutant segments listed as impaired on the board's 303D list. And we've got about 4 staff for TMDL development, 1 staff for TMDL implementation, and 2 staff for managing the integrated report, and about 1 staff for program management. In 2017-2018, the board completed the Central Valley Integrated Report. It was approved by US EPA. That seems like that timeline is really outdated. That has a lot to do with how the State Water Board's 303D listing program gets approved. We're trying to update that. We're having communications with State Board to help them use more current data, streamline the process a little bit. The State Water Board approved the pyrethroid control program this past year, and we're continuing to work on the statewide reservoir mercury TMDL program. In 2018-2019, we plan on implementing the TMDL for mercury in the Delta tributaries. We plan on completing the 2018 integrated report, and we plan on continuing to implement TMDLs that we've adopted in the past, including work on the Delta mercury exposure reduction program, work on the pyrethroid and diazinon chlorpyrifos control programs, the dissolved oxygen in the Stockton Deepwater Ship Channel, and the Clear Lake Mercury Control Program. CV SALTs. CV SALTs, of course, is a stakeholder-driven effort tasked with the development and implementation of an environmentally and economically sustainable salt and nitrate management plan for the Central Valley. The Salt Nutrient Management Plan management goals are to ensure a safe drinking water supply, achieve balanced salt and nitrate loading, and, where feasible, practical, and reasonable, to implement managed aquifer restoration. The big accomplishment from 2017-2018 was that the Central Valley Salt and Nutrient Management Plan was received and reviewed by the board, and then the Basin Plan Amendment package was adopted. In 2018-2019, we plan on completing the approval process for the Basin Plan amendments, which means taking it through the State Board process, through the Office of Administrative Law, and through US EPA. We plan on completing the process for ag-dominated water bodies, which is currently in front of the State Water Board, conducting stakeholder outreach, and we plan on preparing to integrate CV Salt's Basin Plan Amendment elements into the various permitting programs. The Non-Point Source Program. The goal of the Non-Point Source Program is to restore waters impacted by non-point source pollution and to protect unimpaired water bodies by assessing problem sources and implementing management programs. You see a cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom on the left, or HAB, and the shooting range lead abatement for the Motherlode Gun Club, something that our staff was instrumental in through the Non-Point Source Program on the right. State funding supports the majority of the Non-Point Source Program staff, while US EPA provides limited funding from the Clean Water Act Section 319H grant program. More than 70 staff address non-point source pollution in some manner. Non-Point Source Program will fund approximately 5% of all the staff work across all 3 offices. So sometimes when there's a fraction of a personnel year, that means that little fraction of a personnel year is working on a program that's funded by the Non-Point Source Program. In 2017-2018, that's the program that led the Clear Lake outreach efforts. We approved the Quality Assurance Project Plan for the San Joaquin River Selenium TMDL, annual updates to the list of surface waters with surface water quality management plans through the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program. And in 2018-2019, the program goals are to implement the Clear Lake Nutrient TMDL, participate in the Blue Ribbon panel with that, continue CyanoHab evaluation webpage, which if you haven't checked out, it's worth a check out. We can provide you that link if you're curious. Site inspections for power companies and shooting ranges, and integrated regional water management coordination.
Does our E. coli work fall under this?
Some of the E. coli work is under the Non-Point Source Program, absolutely. And some of it is under the SWAMP program, the Surface Water Ambient Monitoring Program. This was created to coordinate all surface water quality monitoring conducted by the state and regional boards. So very, very lofty goal there. They've got a huge database that they help manage and help do the actual monitoring in many cases. There's 4 full-time positions in this program with additional support provided by 8 temporary scientific aides. This is a great program for the scientific aides to plug into. They get to do a lot of interesting field work. This program coordinates closely with the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program, the Non-Point Source Program, and the Delta Regional Monitoring Program to provide monitoring support, manage and share data, and leverage resources. In 2017-2018, the Battle Creek gauging stations were installed. The Lower San Joaquin River toxicity study was completed, and summer recreational beneficial use assessment results for the Yuba and the McCalmy River watersheds were provided to the board and to the public by the SWAMP program. In 2018-2019, we plan on continuing work in the Lower American River, the beneficial use and recreational assessment currently going on. We plan on completing the Department of Water Resources contract for coordinated Sacramento River watershed monitoring, and they plan on conducting summer recreational beneficial use assessment studies in a number of other waterways.
I suspect that other monitoring that comes about because of the fires, other monitoring needs would also be here.
I certainly anticipate that SWAMP will be involved in the discussions for the fire follow-up. The Delta program. So in addition to the Lower San Joaquin, we're planning on evaluating actions to address low dissolved oxygen in old and middle rivers. What you see here is the Delta program, which coordinates all the efforts underway in the Delta. On the left, you actually see the Sherman Island mercury warning sign. It's that tricolored sign underneath the notice to boaters. It helps advise folks about what fish are safe to eat from the Delta based on the mercury concentrations in their fish tissue. So again, this program implements a lot of sub-programs. So the mercury control program in the Delta, low dissolved oxygen control program in the Lower San Joaquin River. They developed the Delta Regional Monitoring Program, the Delta Nutrient Study Plan, which you'll hear about in just a little bit from Janice Cook. conduct an assessment of toxicity of current use fungicides and herbicides and how that affects the Delta. And this takes about 3 personnel years from multiple programs. In 2017-2018, the Delta Nutrient Research Plan was presented to the board. We'll have a culmination of that later on today. Ongoing success of the Delta Regional Monitoring Program was overseen in part by the Delta program, and they tracked the development of an aerator in the Stockton Deepwater Ship Channel, which ran for about 6 days this past year and helped resolve the low dissolved oxygen in the Stockton Deepwater Ship Channel. It's a pretty wild project if you ever get the chance to see it. If you ever seen a fish tank with a little stone that blows bubbles, it's like that on a massive scale to help resolve the low dissolved oxygen in the Stockton Deepwater Ship Channel. For 2018-2019, we've got today's Delta Nutrient Research Plan item, white paper summarizing dissolved oxygen conditions in Old and Middle Rivers and in Grant Line Canal, and continued implementation of the Mercury Control Program, Pyrethroid Control Program, recycled water project evaluations as it affects the Delta waterways.
Can you go back a slide, please?
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about assessment of toxicity for current use fungicides and herbicides, and how, maybe this is a question for council, how the law pushes us to look at the new chemistries.
That's definitely a broad question. We with respect to the Delta program itself, a Delta program, we've got a number of scientists looking at the stressors on the Delta waterways, and current use pesticides and fungicides are included in the Delta plan that the board adopted. So that's one of the things that the staff is continuing to track as it develops. It's also being monitored through the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program. With respect to what the law requires us to look at, I think with respect to the water quality laws, we take a hard look, especially at those 303D listed water bodies where those listings are due to pesticide impairments. And through the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program, MS4 programs, and NPDES POTW programs, we also take a look at all the pesticides that could potentially affect the waterways with respect to any of those discharges. The SWAMP program also does some surface water assessments, so as funding becomes available, they do assessments there. I don't know if that completely answered your question, but there's a lot of different programs that affect pesticide use.
We're obliged by law, though, to take a look.
We're obliged to protect beneficial uses, and surely the pesticides do impact beneficial uses. So program by program, we take a look, or I think in many cases we're obliged by law to make the dischargers take a look and to take a look at what they provide us.
Well, I guess DPR has some, pesticide regulation has a lot of responsibility for registration and prudent use. And
Absolutely.
so we depend on a lot of their analytics, I suppose.
You bet. You bet.
I wanted to follow up on that, Dan, your question. There's been recent, I've seen information on the conflict between the hydrilla and the problems with hydrilla and the use of Roundup to get rid of hydrilla and the dangers of Roundup. I'll put that in quotes, but maybe an update on that at a later date would be appropriate.
Absolutely, and we have been tracking that. Frankly, we talked a little bit with the reporters. And frankly, the permit that you get to apply glyphosate for weed abatement and nuisance invasive species abatement, Division of Boating and Waterways does that application. They get a permit from the state board. State board has a specialized permit for that. Make sure it doesn't impact water quality. But we certainly, when you're spraying something into a waterway directly, which is what the Division of Boating and Waterway does, that needs an NPDES permit. So that's a point source discharge into a surface water. So they get a permit from State Board to do that. We certainly have access to the water quality data and the monitoring that they return on that. So but we can certainly provide you with an update on that program. We do track it, and we can get the state board folks to talk to you about it as well.
Yeah, I think that might be the most useful approach. I kind of like the idea of the state board doing it and not us doing it, passing off that
Absolutely.
responsibility. But it is in our venue, and I think just because it's been in the news, having a presentation might be appropriate.
Absolutely. It might be something that we tee up for discussion in December as opposed to October, just because hopefully we can have some of the Stockton folks and some of the folks in the Sacramento area who are using those pesticides. We've got a good relationship with the Division of Boating and Waterways, and we can hopefully get them to come and talk about some of their uses. It's generally pretty responsible. Is kind of feedback
And
we
I
can
tried
get.
to frame it that way. I mean, there are big problems with hydrilla also.
Oh, you bet, yeah.
In terms of water quality and public beneficial uses. So, it's a difficult question, but I think the more exposure or, that the issue has, the better off the public
You
is.
bet, you bet. And I think, and I'll talk about this a little bit more later, but, so the board employed the Center for Collaborative Policy from Sacramento State to talk about what we can do better for public outreach. And one of the things that we can do for public outreach is really help the public understand whose permit this is, what are the relative responsibilities. And when you have, the mix of, well, it's a regional board, waterway falls within the regional board's jurisdiction. It's a state permit that's managed by the State Water Board. Department of Water Resources does a little bit of the monitoring. Department of Pesticide Regulation regulates the pesticide use. And the Division of Boating and Waterways is the state agency that's getting the permit to discharge the use. Sometimes it might be worth it having a forum to untangle that ball of string in front of the public.
That and when you do, because where it gets play in the paper, they talk about Roundup being a carcinogen. Somebody who can speak authoritatively on the possible public health impacts or lack of impacts from that, who can speak authoritatively on that would be useful when you put that panel together.
I will try to get somebody brave enough to talk about that.
Because we're going to get the question.
Yeah, and I think that there's different state agencies that have looked at that, and frankly a little bit of a conflict among other state agencies, medical professionals, about what that actually means. So we'll do our best to get all the information from this board.
And I do want to reemphasize, I put that in quotes because of that complexity.
Absolutely.
Well, this discussion is good because the public needs to know who's doing the watching.
Absolutely.
So the point is, we're watching, we're part of a team that's watching, and if the public knows who the players are, then they can go directly to the players, get their questions
Absolutely.
answered.
Absolutely. Moving along, unless there are additional questions, the admin unit. Admin unit is a critical role. Their commitment is to provide the highest level of customer service to all staff across the region with a dedication to timeliness and professionalism. The admin unit in this board, I'm continuing to learn they are exceptionally professional. They handle a wide variety of things from, the interface with the building services to make sure that we're warm when we need to be warm, we're cool when we need to be cool, that there's adequate, things like electric vehicle charging stations here, that, that the Public Records Act requests are responded to in a reasonable amount of time. All of these ancillary services that help everything go, including the contracts. I mean, it's a wide variety of tasks that are on their plate. There's about 15 personnel years that support all of the board's programs. Functions, as I mentioned, include mail processing, fleet and facility maintenance, Public Records Act requests, front desk support, contracts, HR liaison, training, contract management, data management, and board meeting support. In 2018, they worked on revising the operations program manuals, or OPMs, for this program. And we got a couple new hires in our office. So one is a returning face, Brett Braidman. Kelly Garver is also new to this office, and they've been both performing admirably. 2018-2019, goals are to improve internal processes for procurement and contracting, develop an internal training tracking system to make sure that when any staffer attends a training that it's duly noted and we can keep track of all those. Incorporate the Center for Collaborative Policies findings on public outreach into what the board does, and improve internal processes for data management. So the admin unit helps with all of those roles. In addition, I know one of the challenges in the year to come is to figure out who's going to step into Linda Bracamonte's role because she has served a critical role for the admin unit in her years of service.
The tracking on the training, that was important to me, and one of the things that Pamela instituted was a page in the EO's report on training. And what I kind of wonder sometimes is the planning for that is what training should be people taking. I see what happened, but I don't sometimes see how do you have ensure people get the training that they need?
Yeah,
And that's,
yeah.
I mean, I like seeing that people are doing it, but I want to ensure that people have the opportunity to get the training, not that they just need, but that they also want.
And following up on Bob's comments, some sort of assessment of what training people need, because in fact, there may be needs that are not being satisfied.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, our new training coordinator, also new, Christine, has been really good about not just checking off the boxes when the training gets noted, but kind of looking at what the needs are. I imagine that I'll be providing more information as to that as the board continues. I think, next steps at the end of the presentation, one of the next steps is whether the board would like to convene to do some strategic planning to talk about what the succession strategy is and training needs are, not just for board members, but for staff as well.
Do we provide resources for managers to go to conferences?
Yes. There's an approval process that everybody follows, going through the state board. There's, it goes up through the chain to make sure that there's the dollars there and that it's a worthy endeavor for the board to spend its money on. One of the big check boxes is whether the training is part of the individual staff's individual development plan. So really, does this contribute to their ability to do their board work more effectively? But yes, we do provide those resources. And the state board really is the one that cuts a check at the end of the day, but we have a lot of interface with them to kind of advocate for the training programs that we need to see happen.
I understand that unlike university systems, that out-of-state travel is very difficult, though, to conferences.
Out-of-state travel is very, very difficult to do. I think I recall that the door kind of shut on that during the budget crisis in years past, and frankly, the direction of the legislature and the governor in the years subsequent has been that you have to demonstrate it's a very, very high bar to go outside the state of California to engage in a conference. We do. Where the need is, we'll work with the state board to get that authorization. We need a pretty long lead time to get that approval process, but we get it done when we need to. All right. I'll move into what I'm calling the special permitting programs. All of our programs are special, but these are really the programs that regulate individual industries or individual subcategories. I'm going to start with the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program. I couldn't resist. Everybody likes the almond flowers. I actually kind of think it's cool to see the actual almonds growing on them.
How much longer do you have?
About a half hour.
I suggest we should have asked for a break about 30 minutes ago.
By all means.
Take a quick one, please, because it's not far from the lunch hour, but I think some people are suffering, so we will take a short break at this point.
Sure thing. Still technically under. They're also going to have closed sessions to discuss. You never know. Board member time. I thought this was going to be done by now, but questions coming.
Hey, Mr. Day.
So it goes back to the time schedule order. I don't want to get into it. Oh, yeah. I don't think, I kind of, I just wanted to go back and look at it. Want to go step outside? Yeah, maybe. I don't know if we should name mobile homes. Oh, okay. I don't know if we really can do that. Oh, maybe. I just, when I meet with you, I don't want to suggest that.
We're back in order, ready to proceed with Executive Officer Palupa's presentation.
All right.
And following your presentation, I think we can get two other items in here real quickly. Items 7 and 8.
Yeah. All right. So starting with the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program. Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program regulates an incredible about 30,000 distinct irrigated agricultural operations growing about 700 different types of crops on approximately 6 million acres of land. There are 7 geographic general orders under the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program, 1 commodity-specific general order, that's the rice order, and 1 individual general order. There's 14 coalitions helping growers comply with these orders. That 14 number is largely due to the fact that there's a little bit of a breakup when it comes to the southern part of our region, where they have multiple coalitions regulated by a single general order. There's 1 staff in Reading, that's Rebecca, and 7 staff in Fresno and 11 staff in Rancho Cordova working with the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program. The goal of the ILRP is to prevent discharges from irrigated lands from causing adverse impacts to beneficial uses. And this is one of the 2 programs where there's actually going to be a couple slides on the accomplishments and goals because I couldn't fit them into just one. 2017-2018, there was a significant amount of effort put into groundwater quality trend monitoring program review. That's the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program that all the coalitions working on figuring out how to monitor groundwater water quality trends throughout the region, figure out what works, what doesn't work. The staff reviewed and approved 11 groundwater quality management plans. Those are the individual plans developed by the coalitions. They oversaw the delisting of 64 impaired water bodies because the pollution was addressed successfully by the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program. Staff approved 18 management plan completion reports. The management plan completion reports is basically a success report where the water quality impairment has been successfully addressed by the coalition through the deployment of management plans. There's continued enforcement of the non-filers, and those enforcement efforts brought 29,000 acres and 364 operations into the program that weren't in the program the year before.
This program did not exist until about 15 years ago. And really the leadership on the program at that time was provided by Bob Schneider and Al Brizard. And this program is, I think, indicative of what's happened during this century. The number of the programs you're talking about had their inception in the last 18 years. And it just shows that we're becoming more conscious, more capable of addressing environmental issues, in this case, as they pertain to water quality. But going back, I have to compliment Bob on his leadership and something I tried to do in CV Salts.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It is remarkable how far the program has come. I have to remind people sometimes when they talk about the program being slow to address issues like nitrates, pointing to the remarkable success of this program. The groundwater monitoring, or the groundwater regulation component of the Irrigated Lands Program really just kicked in about 6 years ago. And since then, the amount of monitoring, the amount of focus on groundwater problems has been incredible. The coalition structure, you get asked questions. If folks are focusing just on nitrate, why even keep that coalition approach? And I think, nitrate is gradually being dealt with through the CV Salts efforts. But putting that aside, it's hard to understate the success of the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program. I know of no other program nationwide that regulates irrigated agriculture in such a way and has successfully brought 303D listings of this volume resulted in water quality impairments being taken care of by the agricultural community through a regulatory program that frankly runs on a very limited amount of staff. I think this program is really, really successful.
You touched on a key issue, and it gets back to why we're going to general orders, if you will, in a more general sense. When this was starting, there were those who wanted us to put permits on each and every farmer, and there were some estimates made of the number of staff we would have needed to be able to do that, and it was tremendous. In other words, we're running a very effective program. As we find ways to make it more efficient, we do. And when changes are made, they affect a lot of folks at one time. And if we had a permit on each and every operation out there, that would be impossible.
I tend to agree. And moving ahead, for 2018-2019, ILRP will begin to implement the precedential requirements from the State Water Board's East San Joaquin petition order. That involves amending all of the general orders that we have out there. Those efforts are already beginning. Sue McConnell, who's the program manager in charge of this program, has really been working hard to make sure that we've got the pieces in place to consider amendments to the general orders in the very near future. We're also looking even ahead beyond that to update those orders to incorporate the elements from CV salts under those orders. We're working with the State Water Board to implement a drinking water supply monitoring on all enrolled parcels. This is a mandatory requirement of the East San Joaquin order. It is highly controversial in some areas. It's going to be a big workload for the board to both track that all the drinking water wells are being monitored, and number two, that all of the appropriate notices are being made when problems are found. And lastly, the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program continues to conduct non-enrollment inspections, issue enrollment directives, and conduct compliant inspections with appropriate follow-up. Moving into the oil fields program. California.
Patrick, excuse me.
Go ahead.
I just want to thank Carl for the kind words. I wanted to reiterate, he mentioned Al Brizard, and Al and I did go to a heck of a lot of meetings together, and a lot of my environmental friends weren't very happy, and an awful lot of his ag friends weren't very happy. And we worked to try and, together with the rest of the board, craft a program that empowered farmers and irrigated lands folks to take on water quality issue themselves. And they stood up, and there's a number of friends that came out of that. I mean, I think about Perry Clausen a lot, David Guy, and Bruce that you mentioned, Bill, I can't remember Bill's last name,
Thomas.
Bill Thomas, who always challenged us, but was always there to make sure it happened, and many, many others. And one of the underlying comments that I'd often make privately to a lot of people was, this will empower farmers. This will make their operations defensible. They can say, no, that's not us. And they often did. And we found, yes, there's municipal city influence on these issues also. And I think a lot of good came out of it. And a lot of that is due to our staff from, I think of Bill Croyle through a number of other folks to Sue, and a very small unit that started with 6 and is up to 19 people that do a heck of a lot. So thanks for your kind words, but it was all of those people, that team, that made it happen.
Thank you, Bob, but those words were deserved. I think, though, you mentioned one word I'd like to play on, and that's empowerment. What has happened is the farmers have been empowered. And I became very much aware of that when a few years back I was asked to appear in front of one of the coalition's boards. And I, quite frankly, got chewed out. Not because they thought we were doing too much, but they thought we were doing too little on picking up individuals who had not joined. And I brought that back, of course, to here, but it was interesting. It was an interesting position I found myself in. So, but they felt empowered, and they wanted to see the program move forward.
Absolutely. That's been my experience as well. Moving ahead to the oil field program, I think it actually surprises some folks. Certainly not, doesn't surprise the folks in the Fresno and Bakersfield area, but California is the third largest oil producing state in the United States. And most of that production occurs in the Central Valley, and most of that production is in the southern part of the Central Valley. The oil field program regulates 4 primary activities: well development, drilling fluid and mud disposal, so the wastes that are attendant to developing wells, produced water disposal, and in some cases the reuse of produced water, the underground injection control program, which works to make sure that the injection of oil field wastes do not cause water quality problems, and the board regulates and comments on, in coordination with the Division of Oil, Gas, and Geothermal Resources, well stimulation activities under Senate Bill 4. There are 21 personnel years, so 21 staff in the Fresno office that regulate oil field program. This is, in my tenure at the regional board, this and along with the cannabis program were both programs that were virtually non-existent and have grown significantly to address the water quality problems associated with those 2 industries. In 2017-2018, accomplishments include reviews of UIC, that's underground injection control, aquifer exemptions, and project approval letters, 89 inspections under the discharge program, and 51 information orders issued. And those information orders were issued to get information about the chemicals used in oil field operations so that the board could figure out what it needs to do with respect to those constituents. A lot of those orders were issued under new authority provided by the legislature in California Water Code 13267.5 that allowed us to request that information of trade secreted information so that the board could get its arms around all those chemicals, regardless of whether they were trade secrets or not. The board's oil field program reviewed 155 well stimulation applications. We reviewed them in coordination with the State Water Board and the Division of Oil, Gas, and Geothermal Resources. In 2018-2019, the board will continue to work with the Food Safety Expert Panel, ideally to prepare a white paper for the board's consideration that will help guide the use and regulation of oil field produced water for use as irrigation water for food crops. We plan on continuing to implement our 3 general orders that we adopted for regulation of the discharge of oil field wastes, and to continue to enroll facilities under those general orders. Some of those facilities were previously regulated under cleanup and abatement orders, and we're bringing them into traditional general orders. And lastly, we are continuing to work with the State Board and the Division of Oil, Gas, and Geothermal Resources to review projects under SB 4 and under the underground injection control programs to make sure that those practices are fully protective of water quality.
So I have a question. We do have knowledge now of the well stimulation products that they're using, even though it's confidential?
Yes, we do. We have a list of chemical constituents. I think it was a little slower to get that list than we thought because, frankly, Clay, we issued those orders. The law took effect January 1. I think those things were out there by mid-January. So the orders were out there. The response, in many cases, from the folks who manufacture these trade secrets. So the trade secreted chemical came back with a list of chemicals, and some of that list was trade secrets, but made by other manufacturers. So then we issued another order, and so it was a little bit of a nesting doll for some of those. But I think we've gotten to the point where just about all the constituents we've got them. We've got CAS numbers for just about all those chemical constituents, and we have a much better understanding now of the chemicals that are used in all oil field operations, whether it's just traditional oil field operations or well stimulation activities.
Well, that's good. It assures the public that we're providing oversight.
Absolutely. It's a highly controversial area, but we're getting the information we need.
Yeah, I'm real happy to hear about that, because when I was working with Carl on the committee, that was an issue. So to find out that process has moved forward is good. It's important for the public to know.
Absolutely.
And I have one more interruption, but I missed a call out. David Corey had a lot to do with the irrigated land program also.
Absolutely.
I think we must have a chair out there with his name.
Absolutely.
I thought David Corey was a staffer here.
Some of his constituents have thought he was a staffer too. Moving ahead, the land disposal program. This is a lot of these facilities are landfills. This program regulates the discharge of certain solid and liquid wastes, including municipal solid waste, hazardous wastes, that's the Chapter 15 element of the program, designated wastes, and non-hazardous and inert solid wastes. We also regulate composting under this program. So you see everything from, this is waste associated with the processing of olives, composting operation, and a more traditional landfill, all in those pictures. We regulate 175 landfills, industrial surface impoundments, and waste piles. And 39 of these are actively receiving waste. So they get tipping fees, and that's partially what funds the program. We also regulate certain food processing facilities like the Musco Olive facility on the prior page, and composting operations. We have 9 permitting staff and 5 compliance and enforcement staff working within this unit. In 2017-2018, they accomplished 12 waste discharge requirements revisions, 81 inspections, and that's independent from some of the other inspections conducted in the Compliance Enforcement Unit. This unit continued to implement the State General Composting Order. In 2018-2019, we anticipate 15 waste discharge requirement revisions, finalizing all the enrollments under the State General Composting Order, and coordinating with the State Water Board on the update of the Title 27 regulations. Moving to the Forest Activities Program. The Forest Activities Program regulates discharges of pollutants in stormwater runoff to waters of the state from timberland management activities. And this is probably going to be one of the areas that's going to be called upon for fire response. It's one of the areas where Clint, myself, Angela Wilson, who's the program manager, will be getting together and talk about resource allocation in the weeks to months to come. This program reviews timber harvesting projects in coordination with CAL FIRE and conducts oversight of projects on U.S. Forest Service lands. Part of that review, I anticipate, is going to be on fuel reduction projects in the years to come. 51% of statewide timber harvest actually is in the Central Valley region. And we've got 11 staff. Most of them are in Redding, so 8 in Redding, 2 in Sacramento, and we've got a half a PY in Fresno dedicated to the Forest Activities Program. In 2017-2018, we were beginning to implement the new Timberland General Order. So that's over 500 enrollments for the projects regulated under the Timberland General Order, and the review time for those is 15 days. And if you are familiar with state processes, 15 days is practically light speed. We also worked on the Battle Creek watershed-based plan and plan on finalizing that in fiscal year 18-19. And the Forest Activities Program conducted 173 inspections. And that is a particularly big number for that unit because those inspections are not easy to do. Those involve a lot of field time, getting out there and getting back, working in very tough terrain. In 2018-2019, the board, in conjunction with the Lahontan Regional Board, plans on finalizing a federal non-point source permit to regulate activities on federal forest lands. We plan on helping to address the 120 plus million trees that have been killed by pests, including the boring bark beetle and drought. It's a huge fire source. I have no doubt that that is fueling, in part, the fires that are currently underway. The Forest Activities Program is engaged in outreach to heavy equipment operators. This is kind of one of the keys in getting the folks on the ground to understand what their actions have on water quality. It's really an innovative part of the program that really goes to the core of what our mission is. If you get the heavy equipment operators watching out for water quality, you get water quality improvements in the watershed. And we are targeting to do 166 inspections of forest activities this year. But again, all of those are subject to change if fire response calls our personnel into other areas. Confined animals. And this is another huge program. Of the over 1,000 facilities regulated under the Waste Discharge Requirements Program, that does not count the 1,300 dairies, 800 bovine feedlots, and 200 poultry facilities, roughly, that are regulated under the Confined Animals Program. There's also a number of dairies with anaerobic digesters that are regulated under the Confined Animals Program. They always kind of have the coolest pictures here, too. We've got 12 primary staff, about 3 to 4 supplemental staff that get called in from other programs. Staff are split between the Rancho Cordova and Fresno offices. Rancho Cordova provides some support to, I think there's a couple dairies up in the Redding area that they'll go out and do the inspections for. These facilities are regulated under the Water Code. There is federal requirements. Most of the dairies in our region, if not all the dairies in our region, have taken great pains to remove themselves from surface water discharges so that they don't fall under the federal permit. That leaves it squarely under state authority that we regulate these facilities. And the primary concerns from all these facilities tend to be salts and nitrates. In 2017-2018, the new poultry general order enrolled over 200 facilities. That's a huge effort to a group of the industry that was not previously regulated. There's 322 inspections conducted by the dairy facility, by the Confined Animals Program, and continued outreach and education for bovine feedlots, which are another aspect of this program that's relatively new. For 2018-2019, the big ambition is to update the Dairy General Order. That is a very, very tough undertaking. It will likely involve the development of a CEQA document to support the issuance of that. It's a highly contentious area where there's going to be a lot of stakeholder involvement from the industry and from representatives of environmental and environmental justice groups.
I just like to place the emphasis on your highly contentious, because whatever we do, I think we're going to, it'll probably be litigated.
You bet. We are still under litigation for the 2 prior dairy permits that we've issued. So we'll probably be adding another one to that pile.
Is that what's driving the update?
No. I think we've got an effective response to the litigation. The first update, so I think it was the 2008 Dairy General Order, that litigation we lost, and what happened, 2006 maybe, I forget, 7, split the difference. The 2007 Dairy General Order, we lost litigation. The regional board lost litigation. We revised it. We issued a reissued general order in 2013. It's my assessment, and I worked on that as an attorney, worked with Clay and a number of his staff. I believe that the 2013 general order satisfies all the regulatory and legal requirements. We're still defending that order. We may have a closed session item on the current status of that today. But what's driving the update to the Dairy General Order is a couple things. One, making sure that we can encapsulate changes in the dairy industry, whether it's growth in individual dairy facilities, and incorporate the elements of CV salts under the Dairy General Order. There's likely going to be, and I can't forecast what the board's going to put in the order, but the bovine general order, which was recently adopted, added to some of the monitoring requirements, in particular some of the metering and monitoring of surface water requirements. I think that for the board's consideration would be incorporating those monitoring and reporting requirements into the dairy general order, since those facilities look very similar in terms of what the risk posed by their wastes are. But again, that process is under development, and you'll probably be seeing more of that, both in terms of stakeholder outreach, workshops, and things like that in the months and months to come.
You speak of the bovine general order, you are speaking of feedlots, am I correct?
Yeah, bovine feedlots, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the general order revision is really driven by the need to regulate to not degrade the environment.
All of the orders are there to make sure that water quality beneficial uses are protected. There's been changes in the dairy industry, like I said, and we want to make sure that the new general order is the latest and greatest. We'll probably be adding a little bit more. We'll probably be adding some requirements specific to CV salts. The information that we're getting back under the existing order shows that dairies continue to be a problem with respect to nitrate discharges, with respect to salt discharges. They are under a fairly protracted time schedule to make changes to their facilities. We're going to be getting information back in the very near future of long-term management practice evaluations. The result of that will likely be incorporated into the dairy general order revisions, basically saying, well, now that we've got the information, we know what's protective, we know what's not protective, we know the financial capabilities of these facilities. Let's get you on a path to compliance consistent with CV salts. Getting back to the 2018-2019 goals, the board plans on conducting 275 inspections, continue oversight of the Dairy Representative Monitoring Program. That's the monitoring program that the dairies are collectively participating in to evaluate the impacts of their facilities on groundwater quality and surface water quality. And the dairy program is also another program that is working to transition its data into the GeoTracker publicly available database. And so those efforts aren't easy. It's not easy to get those deployed to the facilities, submitting the reports and get the right protocols in place for data management. But that's one of the things that unit is tasked with doing in the year to come. The Mines program, we've got, based on a review of the State Water Board's Clean Water Act Section 303D list for impaired water bodies, we've got approximately 1,800 miles of river segments and 260,000 surface acres of lakes and reservoirs that are known to be impacted by discharges of hard rock mines in the Central Valley. That is a huge water quality issue. Some of the problems associated with that, and probably the biggest problem associated with that, is the fact that many of these mines operated about 100 years ago, even longer ago, and there are no responsible parties left. The folks took their money in the gold rush, and there's not much to link currently viable financial entities with those activities. Program staff are actively working on or tracking 102 of these abandoned mines with known or threatened impacts to water quality, and they're making significant progress on many of them. But that still is only a fraction of the mines that are causing impacts to water quality. We've got 5 staff assigned to the Mines program. And the Mines program really relies on support from Title 27, NPDES, WDR, site cleanup, basin planning, and non-point source programs. All these mines present very different water quality problems, and these different water quality problems are addressed in different ways by different programs. Remediation of abandoned mine sites is often complex and costly and can exceed tens of millions of dollars, and cleanup can last for decades. In 2017-2018, we continue to support efforts at the Walker Copper Mine. We continue to monitor and operations and maintenance at the mine site and to support the appeals process. The board is engaged in litigation to try and get a responsible party on board for the cleanup of that site. Mount Diablo Mercury Mine in Contra Costa County Despite the fact that we lost the lawsuit, I think staff were fairly effective in negotiating with the party that wound up not having a relationship with the mine site, but they still, to kind of address their liability, and the liability to the subsidiary, sorry, they still tried to do the right thing there. So credit to the responsible party there. Wound up developing a system to divert spring water to an infiltration gallery and reduce the discharge to the lower pond, even though they were ultimately found not liable for those discharges. The mines program oversaw the completion of several multi-year construction projects. The California asbestos monofill site, mill tailings were reclaimed and secured such that they did not pose a threat to water quality. The Poison Lake Pond Complex, they stabilized and reclaimed the upper tailings pond, and at the Washington mine, they were able to oversee the placement of historic mine tailings in a lined cell where those tailings would not pose a further threat to water quality. The mines program conducted 20 inspections in the past year. Again, those inspections are also very tough. They tend to be in inaccessible parts of the state, and special precautions have to be exercised by the staff doing those inspections because there are often unique hazards posed by these mine sites.
The multi-year construction projects, were those public monies?
I don't believe most of those were public monies. Those were responsible parties that were found for those sites. We can go back and review how it was done.
I don't know, across the board, it seems like our staff does a pretty good job of finding public monies where you can to clean up things.
It's exceptionally difficult to use public monies for the cleanup of mine sites. And the reason for that is largely tied to legal liability. There is a fairly famous case in the board's history involving the Penn mine, where the board and the power company that owned that mine really did the right thing and went in and remediated the site, cut off a major threat to water quality, and reduced a lot. I think the pollutant loading, it went from 90% reduction in terms of what some of the issues caused by the mine were. And with remediation of mine sites, it tends to be, roughly it takes 10% of the money to do the first 90% of the work, and then 90% of the money to do the last 10% of the work. And that's the situation that a lot of these mines face. So unfortunately, we did the right thing at the front end, ameliorated some of the initial threats to water quality, and then got on the hook for the remaining remediation of the site under the Clean Water Act.
That gets to the Good Samaritan issues that both the state and the feds have not addressed fully. All the board was doing at the Penn mine site, they bought a pump, they paid the electricity to operate the pump, to pump water from a lower reservoir to an upper reservoir, and that put us on the hook for, as I recall, something between $7 and $8 million.
It was in that neighborhood. Yeah, I think it actually wound up being more over time. And really what happened is we lost the litigation. As soon as we turned that pump on, the legal standard was we started becoming a mine operator. And we were tagged with liability under the Clean Water Act as if we had developed that mine site ourselves. And so we were responsible for fully remediating the threat to water quality.
So we were using public monies to do other activities, and those stopped immediately as a result of that.
Absolutely. So very, very little public monies are spent on mine remediation where there's a connection to surface water. The laws are very black and white in some cases. It's unfortunate. I think realistically, the vast majority of the time that law helps water quality with respect to mine reclamation projects in particular. It stops a lot of good work from moving forward. So I know that's a long way of answering the question, but that's the case with a lot of mine cleanups. 2018, 2019, we continue to work on NPDES and Title 27 permit renewals for the mine sites that do have responsible parties, updated enforcement orders for mine sites that are operating under cleanup and abatement orders or where we're getting a responsible party to pay for the cleanup of a mine site. continue to do responsible party assessments at multiple sites. These are pretty detailed, heavily involved with legal counsel at Office of Enforcement. Sometimes I think we have a contract for outside help to comb through the records. Sometimes those records date back 120, 150 years to see who really was directing operations. Because every once in a while there is a company that's still around or that has been bought up and still exists in some corporate form or another that can pay for those. So where that seems to be an option, board staff is working with the Office of Enforcement on getting that information. And the board is continuing to do, we plan on doing 22 or more mine site assessments and compliance and enforcement inspections. The cannabis program. Cannabis program is another one of our very new programs. It was formed in 2014. The board quickly adopted its own general order, and when I say the board, the Central Valley Water Board adopted its own general order. But that order expanded statewide in 2018. There currently is a statewide general waste discharge requirements order for the cannabis program. And you've got a few pictures, permitted fields of various types. Interesting picture on the lower left of the same site before and after our enforcement program got their hands on them. That is a cannabis site that is in extremely erosive soil on very, very steep hillsides, presents a pretty significant threat to water quality. That is not a site where you want to be growing cannabis. So they got the responsible party to pull those plants and stabilize the hillside there. You've got 15 staff, 11 in Reading, 4 in Rancho Cordova involved in the cannabis program. And as I mentioned, the Central Valley, we adopted our general order in 2015. The statewide general order was adopted in 2017. And as of, I believe it's July 1 of this coming year, all of our regulated parties have to be transitioned to the statewide general order. Concerns associated with cannabis cultivation include illicit grading, illegal water diversions, and chemical and nutrient transport to surface waters. I think all the board has been around for some of those presentations about the really adverse effects of cannabis cultivation.
Looking at, listening to my board member on my right here, Denise, I have a uninformed view that we need somebody in the Fresno office on cannabis.
We discussed that, and we have been, the conversation ongoing. When I mean some of those discussions happened before I was involved in those type of discussions. Realistically, there is a need when we, working with human resources and CalHR, to make sure that we have cohesive units. It's hard to have a single person reporting to a different program within that unit. The problem, as the state sees it, and that's more the state and less the regional board, is that there are no counties in the Fresno area where you are allowed to cultivate cannabis. If you are not allowed to cultivate cannabis under county ordinance, it is largely a law enforcement matter. The regional board has resources that we can and have deployed with law enforcement to go and inspect those sites. Any inspection under the cannabis program, permitted or not, goes through a deconfliction process with local law enforcement, in some cases federal law enforcement, in some cases the California National Guard. In some cases, grow sites are staffed by militarized and heavily armed members of various cartel organizations, and where you have a county that has an absolute ban on the cultivation of cannabis, the likelihood that we have a compliant grower falls dramatically. So to the extent we can, we are working with local district attorneys, local police forces to play a supporting role, particularly in the counties that are regulated out of the Fresno office, but we are extraordinarily limited in the type of resources we can deploy where we don't have any enrollments. Like Dan's question asked earlier in the day, we pay for our enforcement out of our permit fees. And where there are no permits, there tends to be very few resources. We are continuing to engage with the counties to talk about where we can get resources deployed. We're continuing to talk with the state about where we can get compliance resources deployed. And we are adamant that we will find a way to make resources available when we can partner with local district attorneys and local county governments when they are doing enforcement of cannabis operations in areas where it is illegal to have any type of operation whatsoever.
You know I'm going to comment. And I do understand the 4 counties that have requirements that you cannot grow it, but it is being grown. And along with the ones that are being enrolled in the program, there's still the illegal water diversion. There's still the problem with the water quality where pollutants are being used, and there's still impact to our water quality and to those communities. So whatever you write and whatever coordination you do with the counties, they need to understand that we're being impacted.
Yep.
While the program that we have here is ideal and moving forward, there's still those impacted communities based on the county's policies that are having a negative effect in the communities. When your water is depleted because water is being diverted and the community is without water, that's a problem.
Absolutely. I agree with you 100%, and whatever resources we can deploy to get those actions. You know, and I do emphasize that it is the case that we are not the tip of the spear in those counties, and I think that's something that the state has made absolutely clear. We cannot be the tip of the spear because we can't have a dead staffer, and that is a very real possibility walking into some of those grow operations. And we will
For the residents that live in the communities.
You bet, you bet, and I think that the you know, the way we can interface with those communities and the police forces is to really make ourselves available. To say, look, if you're busting a cannabis operation, it's not just illegal drugs that we're worried about. We're also worried about the water quality issues. We're also worried about the illegal diversions, and we're also worried about the chemicals that are being used on those sites.
And it sort of, this John, it sort of comes full circle. I mean, before we had 15 staff and a permitting program, we had Clint up there trying to figure out how not to be the tip of the spear up in Northern California. So even though we've developed this whole program and now we still have these outliers that are sort of back to the basics, and we've been there before, and I'm sure we'll figure out how to deal with that.
In future executive officer reports, I'll do my best to give you guys a list of the counties where there is an absolute ban, and it's actually more than 4 counties. It's all the counties out of the Fresno area. So Kings, Kern, Madera, Merced, Fresno, Tulare, all those areas, there's an absolute ban in effect. So they can't grow anything outdoors that would be subject to our permit. Whether the state wants to intercede and kind of overwrite those, because I think that there are water quality issues that could potentially be better addressed if those folks could get a permit, is really a decision that is kind of left to the legislature to make. It has made those decisions in years past. With respect to the cannabis program, they really determined that it is up to the local municipalities to make the decisions as to whether and when it can be grown.
But my last comment on that is, since the counties have made those decisions, and you're saying that the water board will communicate with them in some way, they need to be able to present to you what the option is to address the water quality issues, because that's where we're stuck in a hole and there's no resolution to address those communities.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You know, Denise, that's a great point, and that's something that I'm, wondering if these counties even took into account. Even, I'm from Kern County, and I know it's an absolute ban on that, but I doubt that this aspect was even presented to the Board of Supervisors for consideration. Something very important to think about.
It's very interesting, and I think this is a great topic to discuss. We'll talk about it more in the Reading discussion. There's various levels of support in some of the counties. I think we had some counties right now. It's an election of one supervisor or another that makes the entire difference between whether the county is going to be a county in which these operations are widely permitted and whether there's going to be an absolute ban and it's just going to be police coming in and busting up the operations. We've had a couple counties where they've done a 180, and a couple counties, or at least one county where they've done a 180 twice and gone from absolute ban to a free-for-all to an absolute ban again in the period of about a year and a half. That presents unique water quality problems that we're working through.
Well, some way or another, we probably can't get it across, but whether you have a ban or not, you're going to have water quality problems.
Absolutely.
And so you need to be planning for the water quality problems.
Absolutely. All right. So in 2017, 2018, we've got 207 facilities enrolled under the general order. And a big part of the work was the staff conducted 14 staff outreach workshops. And I can't tell you enough how valuable these were in getting folks to enroll in the permit. This is an industry that has operated on the fringes at best for a long period of time. And so really getting them educated in what it means to get a board-issued permit is a huge hurdle that needs to be overcome. Staff have been really, really good at conducting that kind of proactive outreach to make sure that folks understand what the permit is, what it regulates, why they need it. Staff have conducted 49 inspections. Those are both compliance and enforcement and enrollment inspections. That number is going to likely quadruple in the years to come. Part of the reason why that number is low and is that there's a lot of very, very new staff hired within the past few months in that program. In 2018-2019, the cannabis program plans on updating its strategic plan, transitioning the sites that it currently enrolled in the Central Valley's order to the statewide general order, training the new staff, and conducting over 130 inspections. And last but not least, the enforcement and cleanup programs. Compliance enforcement is one of the largest programs at the board. Compliance and enforcement actions are guided by the State Water Board's 2017 enforcement policy. And I have to be honest, the compliance and enforcement gave me an incredible number of very, very interesting pictures. I had to just pick 4 of them. I imagine that you'll be seeing a lot more of those pictures when we do our annual compliance report to the board. But there's truly a huge need across all of our programs to address noncompliance. So the Compliance Enforcement Program, again, just for your reference, is comprised of 2 types of sub-programs. There's the core regulatory compliance enforcement programs, NPDES, land disposal, the landfill program, and the waste discharge requirements. Those have independent units within those programs addressing compliance and enforcement issues. And then you have the non-core regulatory programs, stormwater, confined animals, irrigated lands, water quality certifications, cannabis, oil fields, non-point source, and forest activities. We have about 51 staff work with the compliance and enforcement, some within their programs, others specifically with the compliance and enforcement program. In 2017-2018, compliance and enforcement conducted 1,523 inspections across the NPDES program, WDR program, land disposal program, stormwater, confined animal, and forest activities program. That is a huge amount of inspections. Statewide, it represents a significant fraction of all the enforcement actions conducted statewide. 91% of mandatory minimum penalties and 98% of Class 1 violations were addressed within 18 months. This is a huge accomplishment. A number of years ago, one of the big issues for the board was the MMP backlog. Mandatory minimum penalties were stacking up for some of our facilities for many, many years. And especially for a small community, if you have $10,000 here, $50,000 here in mandatory minimum penalties, when you're not being informed of those and when those penalties are not being addressed quickly, they can add up. So the fact that we're now addressing the vast majority of them within 18 months is a very successful accomplishment for the Compliance and Enforcement Program. In 2018-2019, the Compliance and Enforcement Program will work on integrating its compliance and enforcement activities into CV SALTs. figuring out what CV salts means for compliance and enforcement and what non-compliance with CV salts related directives means for addressing violations. Continued inspection diligence so that we continue to do a large number of inspections, and continue to deploy compressed ACLs, ensuring accuracy in business rules to precisely track performance and effectiveness. Because I think there's few areas in which it's really important to address and track what our programs are doing than the compliance and enforcement program.
Can you talk a little bit about the mandatory minimum penalty, why it was taking so long? I mean, was that just like a workload thing?
You know, I can't speak to a lot of it. A lot of it happened around 2006, 2008 era. And I think that the big mandatory minimum penalty backlog, it was endemic to the state. So every single region was facing this. I think it was largely the outgrowth of the fact that the mandatory minimum penalty law was relatively new. There was not a separation of functions or an office of enforcement. You know, when the mandatory minimum penalties became part of state law. And so it really just wasn't an enforcement priority of the board. Eventually, you know, we took a hard look at it and said, wait a second, there are thousands of these outstanding violations. And they have to be addressed one at a time, going to individual communities and seeing whether they can pay it or whether they qualify for compliance projects to offset part of their liability. Frankly, when I came to the board in 2006, 2007, I was engaged with Wendy Wiles, who some board members might know, in a monumental effort to clear out that backlog. And that took several years of dedicated work by her unit to get that backlog cleared off. And right now, the fact that we're addressing those violations within 18 months helps ensure that that backlog will never develop again.
Is there a statute of limitations on some of this old stuff?
There's not a statute of limitations on the old stuff, no.
It's my understanding that that legislation was, when it was passed, there was not a full recognition of the legislature of the fact that, of our progressive enforcement policy, and that we recognize that there were many communities that could not pay, and we typically attempted to find ways to solve the problem without going to an ACL that would just bankrupt the community and not accomplish anything. And it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the transition that took place after that legislation was passed was, quite frankly, for us to find mechanisms to cope with the problem that was created by the legislation. We still like our way of addressing the using progressive enforcement, but what I don't know, was there legislation, additional legislation following that initial MMP legislation that made it easier for us to address?
Yes, I think there was kind of two pieces to that. The first piece, or actually three pieces to that. The first piece is that small communities with financial hardship, and those terms are defined in statute, are allowed to, instead of paying the state water board the mandatory minimum penalties, they can apply those monies towards a project in their own community to fix their wastewater treatment plant. And that's a very specific way of dealing with it. Second, there's a mechanism by which the board can adopt a time schedule order or a compliance schedule order or a cease and desist order to give relief from mandatory minimum penalties as long as the board imposes certain conditions. So we know you're violating. As long as you're working on a stepwise process to get those violations addressed, you can be exempt from those mandatory minimum penalties. And lastly, a piece of follow-up legislation, I believe it was 2015, maybe 2014, was to extend the time period by which the board could provide relief from mandatory minimum penalties to certain small community wastewater treatment systems where those wastewater treatment systems were making a due diligence towards addressing the water quality. And so that, that gave a little bit more relief. But kind of backing up a little bit, when you hear, and this board hasn't heard recently, but certainly in the past, a lot of discussion about, very minute detail in their several hundred-page NPDES permit. Why is it such a big deal that it's, a certain 0.00 microgram as opposed to another one? That has a lot of relevance to that community, because even a very minor exceedance can ultimately result in a mandatory minimum penalty. So there's good and bad there. There's good in that, the communities take these very, very seriously. There's bad in that a lot of our discretion to do a progressive enforcement like we usually would do is taken away from us by that statute. All right, and getting
It was not, in this board member's opinion, and I've said it before in public, good legislation.
good or not, we'll implement it though. And yeah, I've got my own opinions as to whether that legislation is a little long in the tooth or not, but that's up to the legislature to address ultimately. Site cleanup program. Site cleanup program, actually, they came forward with a bunch of interesting pictures too. Regulates and oversees the investigation and cleanup of contaminated sites that are polluting or threaten to pollute surface waters and or groundwater. And some interesting sites here. That is a old tank being taken out at the downtown rail yard. They found tons of those tanks of all shapes and sizes dating back to when the downtown rail yards was being used to construct and maintain big locomotives 100 years ago. To the right of that, that's a PCE system to clean up groundwater from a dry cleaner site. Bottom left is the Aerojet facility, which is right here in Rancho Cordova. That's one of their groundwater treatment and extraction systems, groundwater extraction treatment systems. And to the right, that's the McClellan Air Force Base, Air Force Depot, where that is gradually being returned to private use as the Department of Defense is cleaning that site up and returning it to levels that are fully protective of human health and the environment. The sites regulated by the site cleanup program include industrial facilities, military bases, rail yards, oil refineries, dry cleaners, plating shops, pesticide distribution facilities, and equipment repair facilities. State law requires that the person responsible for pollution pay for staff time and direct all costs required to oversee and implement a cleanup action. So that's how a lot of the site cleanup program staff are funded. In 2017-2018, 654 site characterization reports were completed. 57 cleanup program sites were closed because they no longer posed a threat to water quality. 12 new Department of Defense sites were moved from neutral into active remediation. And for 2018-2019, we want to build on that success. Implement brownfield cleanup site cleanup actions. Brownfields are those site cleanup sites that are within urban areas and pose a threat to development. Developing urban cores usually involves brownfield sites. Implementation of Senate Bill 445, which utilizes some of the funds from the UST fund surcharges to allow them to be used as grants to clean up some of these long abandoned site cleanup projects, and we've managed a few of those. Clint staff Kate Berger has managed to direct some of the funds to some of there's a paper mill site. The Shasta paper mill site is a recipient of some of those SB 445 monies. Other longstanding cleanup sites of old industrial facilities are receiving some funds under SB 445 monies. We are continuing to evaluate under the site cleanup program 123 TCP or trichloropropane impacts. That's a significant threat to water quality. We find that in a lot of our ag areas. There's a lot of controversy about the use of that constituent as a fungicide, as a fumigant. And there are a lot of adverse water quality impacts associated with the use of that. Site cleanup program is also continuing to be effective in site characterization, case closures, and bringing Department of Defense sites into active remediation.
How do we tie in with the drinking water people on that 123 TCP?
We have been working a lot with the Division of Drinking Water. The Division of Drinking Water recently adopted an MCL for 123 TCP. And what that means is that all of the publicly regulated drinking water systems. So basically, any of the public water systems throughout the state have to sample for it. We just got back the first quarter monitoring results. I can share that portfolio with you. And so a lot of these drinking water systems, particularly those that use groundwater in ag areas, our 123 TCP is showing up in their wells. And it's to the point where the way the MCL is implemented, it's implemented four samples will put you over the average of those 4 samples, put you over the exceedance. We're finding that with the very first exceedance, it's over 4 times what the MCL is. So it doesn't matter if you get zeros for the next 3 sampling events, you're out of compliance. And so it's a huge human health concern. The way we interface with it is really through a site cleanup program, try and figure out what we can do to find responsible parties to get those contaminants cleaned up. It is not a current use. Nobody is using 123 TCP anymore. And frankly, some of the investigation is going into why it was even used in the first place, because it is an industrial byproduct. It appears to have limited efficacy in terms of dealing with the constituents that it's designed to deal with, dealing with the agricultural pests that it's designed to deal with. And so there's a lot of controversy about who's going to pay for it and who's going to fund the cleanup efforts. All right. Lastly, UST program. So the UST program statewide, there's kind of 2 aspects to the UST program. One is the permitting of operating tanks by local agencies. And then there's the program in which the regional board interfaces quite a bit, the cleanup of leaking tanks. And that's shared between local agencies with approved local agency program and the regional water boards. So the cleanup fund is funded by a 2 cents per gallon storage fee that's assessed to every time you see a underground storage tank at a gas station. We're collecting fees on that, and that's funding cleanup efforts. The highest priority for the use of the cleanup funds is to protect the public and the environment from the effects of unauthorized releases from USTs through investigation and mitigation. There's about 16 positions at the regional board to oversee the cleanup element of the UST program. In 2018, 82 cases were closed and 24 cases were moved into active remediation. 100% of all open cases were reviewed by the UST program for possible closure. That is a significant accomplishment, and we want to keep that up. 2018-2019, we plan on closing about 68 cases. That's not saying we're absolutely going to close 68 cases. We're just saying, given trends based on what the percentage of cases that tend to be able to be eligible for closure, 68 is right around the number if we hit 100% of case reviews, and we plan on hitting 100% of case reviews again. We plan on moving 23 cases into active remediation. Again, that's just a statistical projection. And we plan on responding to work plans and case closure requests within 60 days. And sometimes those can be pretty complex, so that's a pretty tough milestone to meet. Lastly, we plan on implementing the state's low-threat closure policy where applicable. Where next? As I mentioned, doing the triennial review, October and December. We're both of those board dates, we're planning on having a triennial review item for the board's consideration. In October, we plan on discussing the criteria that the board plan on using to roughly categorize the items that should be of utmost priority to the board. You'll be seeing that in the very near future. And then in December, the board will apply those criteria to the sites, and the board itself can take a look at those priorities and rearrange them if need be. The board staff plan on implementing CV salts in the upcoming year. We're going to discuss board priorities in December, and we're going to implement the public outreach recommendations provided by the Center for Collaborative Policy. And that's it. And I couldn't resist throwing in the picture that Pamela used to use to key all those off. Really pretty picture, Sardine Lake. And at this point, I'll answer any questions that you might have.
Questions or comments? We've done a pretty good job through the presentation of speaking up, so Go ahead, Bob.
I certainly absorbed all that. A couple things, just housekeeping. I like the way you grouped, and I think if these program sheets were also grouped in the similar form, so as we go through your presentation, we go through ours, and I think that would really help with some summary presentations. In each of these programs, you talk about how many staff there are. It would be nice to have one page that had how many staff were in each program, so we can kind of see that.
Yeah, yeah, I like that idea.
And there might be some additional summary sort of information that would help the board, especially tracking over years. One of the things, we have last year and this year, which is appropriate, but what have been the trends maybe over 10 years? And the reason I ask that, and staff can't really do this, but when I talk to legislatures or talk to state board people about our staff and our workload and where we're weak and where we need more resources, I don't have that information. But I think it could come out of this with maybe some simple trend lines about the programs we're doing, the permits we're doing, and that would be more graphic form, so.
I hear you loud and clear. I kind of made that, I just made up the compartmentalization of those programs to kind of guide this discussion. I think we'll be able to do that in the years to come.
And I think, I guess when you group them like that, and I like that grouping, it becomes, is that a strategic approach that the board wants to take in terms of how we look at our programs? I mean, it's a way of summarizing, and then you can go into one section or another section. Since, it didn't matter so much when we had 8 programs, but you have 20 project sheets and you don't have anything for administration. And the other one you didn't talk about in this is the grants program that we do have, and I'm personally attached to that because of the relationship we have with the Rose Foundation. But there are a lot of grants that we make and we administer.
Yeah.
And I think something on that subject would be helpful also.
Certainly, and I think I did that. That is no mission. I think the grants were in part discussed a little bit under the non-point source program, which manages the 319H grants. But in terms of managing the kind of the SEP grants that we work through with the dischargers, again, I'm just scratching the surface in a lot of these program areas, but I'm certainly hearing you. We can put that in future EO reports. I think it's also something that's going to be discussed in the compliance and enforcement, because a lot of the monies that get directed to Rose Foundation are through that vehicle. I would also note, so a number of years ago, the board did a video presentation. The individual programs were tasked with putting together a short video. When we kind of looked at this through this process, the year by year doesn't lend itself to the video presentation as much, but the feedback that we got from the board, at least I heard, is that this is really useful for the public to know at least what do you do? What do you do in the WDR program? What do you do in the Delta program? What do you do in any of our various programs? So we're going to work with the IT staff and work with the program managers to sometime in the upcoming year really see if we can update that and make something that's polished enough that we can put it out there to the public. Because I know when they developed it the last go around, it wasn't necessarily developed for public consumption, but we got to get it out there. We got to get the public more knowledgeable about, if they've got a complaint, who's regulating it. And I think the video format is kind of that's what the kids are doing these days. And it's the easy way to kind of figure out what the board does.
Exactly.
And the other thing that I always look at where are our weaknesses, and nobody wants to necessarily emphasize that, but I think in some ways, knowing what are the 5 key weaknesses, programs, or they would be the priority areas that need help. They may not be our priorities for working on, but they're an area that these are key areas we need to address. And I'll give you an example. Is a couple of years ago, one of the weaknesses was our ability to telecast or webcast our report, and we've made a lot of progress on that. So I think identifying those is also important in this process.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And then I have one more, is this issue with dead trees is, it's a small item, but to say, just say, oh, that, you know, I'm sure that's fueling our fires, may not necessarily be true. And some of the science shows that when dead trees die and the leaves that fall off, they don't really enhance the fire danger.
Yeah.
So it's, but in 10 or 15 or 20 years, when the trees are on the ground, they might really enhance the fire danger. So
Yeah.
it's just the complexity of fuel management in forests and the science involved is complex.
I know we don't tend to comment too much on legislation, but I will say, especially given, I know there are bills pending that will deal, or that purport to deal with some of the threats posed by dead, dying trees and by fuel source reduction. Some of them would involve the board, obviously, and I would be shocked if none of those passed in the upcoming months. So we'll keep you updated on that.
Thank you. Any further comments? John, go ahead.
So, you know, as your first sort of presentation to the board to take this on is sort of a big task. I think you did a nice job. I like the groupings. I like seeing how everything sort of flowed out, and I'm assuming this is going to get posted. Oh,
Absolutely.
okay,
Absolutely.
great. Because as you said, it is a nice resource, and all that work that went into it, I certainly wouldn't want to have that sort of get shoved into a file somewhere. If I'm going to pick nits, the only thing I would say is we talk about what we did and what we think we're going to do, but there was no connection between did we do what we say we were going to do last year. And so you don't have to go into it now, but in the future, you know, on the last slide you said that we're going to maybe have 68 cases closed, but next year the slide, if it was in the same format, would say we closed X number, and it wouldn't connect the dots. And if we're doing a performance review, that may be helpful.
Yeah, some of that is in the fact sheets. I think, to be honest,
Some of it's already in the executive officer's
Yeah.
report,
Yeah.
too.
but I hear that loud and
Yeah.
clear.
Yeah.
I think, to be honest, some of the metrics are getting better, and I think next year we'll be able to give you a sharper number on a handful of those program areas.
Yeah, and like I said, it was just a formatting thing, but I thought this presentation had lots of information for us. Thank you.
Any further questions, comments? Yes.
I just wanted to say that what I saw here was the performance targets and accomplishments I thought were exceeded in many other programs. And, you know, while we had CV salts we were trying to complete, we had the cannabis that we were bringing on, and some of the programs kind of overlap. I was just totally impressed with staff's progress in meeting the targets and the programs, and mindful of the hard work that have been put into working with the stakeholders and the coalitions, which staff's work also helps to establish the contributions made through that process, and contributes, I think, to the success of many of the program's performance. So that's what I got out of it, and I just commend the staff for the work. In many instances, you see where you have some areas where you've just not met the mark. But when I went through, there were a few that didn't meet the mark, but most of them did, and I see the progress in it since my time on the board. So I'm commendable of the hard work you guys have done, and working with the coalitions and the stakeholders.
Thank you. Any further comments? Seeing none then, great job. And we'll continue the conversation. With the board's indulgence, I'd like to go through the next two items. They're quite short, or should be quite short, because we are going to have a item on Sac Regional, and I expect that we're going to have a lot of folks from the public here, and like to get housekeeping out of the way. So with that said, I'd like to move to agenda item 7. This is the time and place for a public hearing to consider adoption of uncontested items 9 through 13. It's actually 9 through 14, I believe.
11 through 14.
11 through 14, excuse me. I was reading the item here, and that was dangerous. 11 through 14. Are there any late revisions?
No late revisions.
Thank you very much. Do I have a motion?
I'd move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I would second.
Carmen moved, John seconded. Call the roll.
Ms. Ramirez?
Yes.
Mr. Constantino?
Aye.
Ms. Brower?
Yes.
Mr. Schneider? Dr. Markham?
Aye.
Ms. Kadara?
Yes.
Dr. Longley?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Moving to agenda item 8, resolution delegating powers and duties to the executive officer. This is the time and place for a hearing to consider a resolution delegating powers and duties to the executive officer. And I might point out that we passed something like this originally for Pamela Creedon. We need to do the same, in my opinion, for Patrick Palupa. And let me ask at this point, are there any late revisions or staff comments?
There are none.
Seeing none, does council have any legal issues to discuss at the time?
No.
The hearing is now closed, and we'll confine discussion to the board.
So just for clarity, this is the same authorities that Pamela had, no more or less?
That's correct.
No more, no less.
Okay.
So the board will entertain a motion.
Move to approve the resolution as presented.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Carmen moved. Denise seconded. Call the roll, please.
Ms. Ramirez?
Yes.
Ms. Brower?
Yes.
Mr. Constantino?
Aye.
Mr. Schneider? Dr. Markham?
Aye.
Ms. Kadara?
Yes.
Dr. Longley?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. And the next will be, we'll go to lunch now, but agenda item 10. So with that said, how long do we're going to have a closed session. How long do we need for lunch?
It's at your pleasure.
Well, what do we have on the closed session? We've already done a lot of talking to you, so maybe that won't be too long, but what,
we do
did
it
we
in a
have
half
another
hour?
item on the closed session?
There's one other short item for item D on the closed session list.
Okay, so can we be back here in 40 minutes?
Why don't we just make it 1:30, Carl?
We're going
That's
to have
50
folks
minutes.
waiting is my only concern. We'll go to 1:30. That'll give us 50. Board's back in session. We're ready for agenda item 9. Let me find it here. This is the time and place for a hearing to consider amendments to the MPDS permit for the Sacramento Regional County Sanitation District, Sacramento Regional Wastewater Treatment Plant in Sacramento County. Is there anyone present who is contesting the proposed actions and wishes to present evidence or testimony on the matter? I believe somebody's here from Sacramento, right? Yes, sir. And you wish to speak, sir? Okay, very good. Chair will no. Since there is an individual present wishing to speak on this item, we'll proceed with the hearing. The hearing will be conducted in accordance with the notice of public hearing and the meeting procedures published with the meeting agenda. This time, evidence should be introduced on whether the proposed action should be taken. All persons expecting to testify, please stand at this time, raise your right hand, and take the following oath. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth? If so, answer, I do. Thank you. And the designated party is the Sacramento County Regional Sanitation District. Total time allowed for testimony and cross-examination for Regional SAN is 10 minutes. All other persons are interested persons and shall limit their testimony to 3 minutes. Timer will be used. Also, please state your name, address, and affiliation, and whether you've taken the oath before testifying. Does council have any legal issues to discuss at this time?
Really quick, before council says any legal issues, which I don't believe there are, but you know, I'll let Jessica verify that. You know, we have the procedure set up a little more formal than what actually needs to be going on here today. Jim Marshall, who many of you recognize from being in front of the board, is our new program manager for the NPDES permitting unit. So he's one of the program managers I mentioned from this morning who is working on putting together annual work plans. He was able to stand up and really quickly adapt to the portfolio management process. Him and I were on the same learning curve trying to get that thing together. And I very much appreciate him being here. Regional Sanitation is really just here to kind of provide a little bit of their perspective as to the ongoing work that they're doing. They've been an excellent partner in implementing this permit once it was adopted. You know, it's a tremendous undertaking that both the board and the Sacramento Regional County Sanitation District have undertaken to improve their facilities out there.
And for the record, are there any legal issues?
No, there are not.
Very good. We'll now begin with the staff presentation.
Good afternoon, Dr. Longley, members of the board. I'm Jim Marshall. I am the NPDES program manager for the board, and I have taken the oath. This next item for your consideration is a NPDES permit amendment for the Sacramento Regional Wastewater Treatment Plant, which is owned and operated by the Sacramento Regional County Sanitation District, or Regional SAN. The facility is located about 10 miles south of downtown Sacramento, as shown here by the red star. The facility discharges to the Sacramento River within the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta and serves about 1.4 million people in the Sacramento region. The facility is permitted to discharge an average flow of 181 million gallons per day. The facility currently provides secondary level treatment with pure oxygen biological treatment, but Regional SAN is currently constructing major facility upgrades. Regional SAN's EcoWater project includes construction of a biological nutrient removal system to remove ammonia and nitrate by 2021, and tertiary filtration facilities for the removal of pathogens by 2023. The EcoWater project includes many projects, including the effluent valve replacement project. This project involves replacement of several valves ranging from 24 to 96 inches. The plant discharge must be shut down for up to 48 hours for each valve replacement project, so Regional SAN is conducting the project during low flow periods, May through October, and the project is expected to be completed in 2019. The current NPDES permit requires weekly acute toxicity testing, which is a 4-day flow-through bioassay. Regional SAN is finding it difficult to conduct these tests during weeks that the plant must be shut down, and requested the monitoring frequency is reduced to monthly while conducting the effluent valve replacement project. Considering the circumstances, staff agrees the request is reasonable, and the proposed permit amendment temporarily reduces the monitoring frequency during the months the facility is shut down to conduct the effluent valve replacement project. We only received one comment during the public comment period, and this was from US EPA Region 9, and they commented that it wasn't clear what the time period was for the reduced monitoring frequency in the tentative amendment. The proposed amendment was revised to explain that the effluent valve replacement project is expected to be completed in 2018 and 2019. US EPA was satisfied with this clarification and is not contesting the amendment. This concludes my presentation. Staff recommends adoption of the proposed permit amendment. Staff would like to enter this presentation, the agenda package, and board files for this facility into the record. As Patrick just mentioned, the Regional Sand is here, can give you some more information on the effluent valve replacement project and an update on their Echo Water project. Do you have any questions?
Any questions from board members?
Have we done this before? Other facilities?
What's interesting about this one, the water code has some provisions in it when you're in the middle of construction that can make it so that you don't get MMPs for violations, but it doesn't allow you to reduce the monitoring in this case. So I don't think I've ever done it in my history, but in this case, it seems like a reasonable approach considering these circumstances.
Yeah, I'm not aware of it either, but this 96-inch valve, I'm not aware of any facility within our region that has those kind of valves. More specifically, that has the problematic kind of construction that will occur, and having to change their operation markedly during that period. So I think this is unique, and I certainly concur with your judgment here.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll turn it over to Regional Sand, then I'll set them up.
Is this okay?
Certainly.
Dr. Longley, members of the board, my name is Robert Seafried. I'm Senior Civil Engineer with the Sacramento Regional County Sanitation District, or Regional Sand. Just want to let you know that I've worked on a number of permits for this facility, number of MPDS permits for this facility. And I really appreciate your staff's efforts in this last permit cycle to help us implement the Echo Water project, understand our issues, and to help us resolve those issues. So I hope you will consider our request today. So, yep, here we go. And just to be for the record, I have taken the oath. Jim gave me a call and asked if Regional Sand would be interested to provide a little bit of details on where we are in the status of the Echo Water project and a little bit of details on the effluent valve replacement project. So with that in sight, we put together a presentation. I think it may be about 25 minutes. If I'm going long, please let me know and I'll try to speed it up. But I see that Jim had touched on a few of my slides, so I'll be able to get through this a little bit faster, hopefully. So as way of background, you saw this from Jim's presentation. We essentially serve the metropolitan area of Sacramento. We serve all the cities within the county of Sacramento, excuse me, and also the city of West Sacramento in Yolo County. We also serve the outlying communities of Walnut Grove and Cortland. This is an aerial photograph of where our facility sits, again, about 10 miles south of downtown Sacramento. The facility sits on about 3,500 acres. The process area, which is kind of within this circle, is about 1,000 acres. The remaining area around the facility is a natural bufferlands, which provides a natural buffer between our process area and our neighbors that are encroaching up to our property. What I wanted to kind of focus, have you take a look at, is where I'm kind of pointing the pointer. This area here is where the Echo Water project is currently being done. This is our main process area where all our major equipment is. Jim kind of touched on this also, about why are we doing the Echo project. This kind of relates back to the 2010 discharge permit, where there were various effluent limits that required us to go to higher levels of treatment to remove ammonia, nitrates, and pathogens. We estimated that this will cost anywhere between $1.5 to $2.1 billion, and I think we're right now estimating it to be about $1.7 billion. And we anticipate our annual operating cost to essentially double with the new facility once it's up and running.
The permit had specific deadlines in the permit. That is the reason why we're embarking on the Echo Water project. Ammonia must be, the ammonia project, ammonia removal project must be completed by May 2021 and filtration by May 2023. Once the permit was adopted, Regional Sand commissioned several workshops with technical staff, outside experts, both experts in academia and also in the industry, to try to figure out what is the best viable treatment option to meet the permit requirements. That led to Regional Sand conducting a pilot study that looked at 9 different treatment alternatives, and we ultimately settled on the treatment alternative of essentially replacing our current high purity oxygen activated sludge process with a biological nutrient removal process that's essentially with an air process. And then to add filtration and disinfection at the back end of the facility. So this schematic that you see here, at the top of the schematic, you see that's where our current process train. Essentially, we have our preliminary and primary treatment, followed by our high purity oxygen activated sludge process, followed by secondary clarification, disinfection, and then dechlorinization as we discharge to the river. Now with the future facility, what that's going to look like is we're essentially swapping out the high purity oxygen activated sludge process with an air activated process right in the heart of the treatment train, making it very difficult. So essentially everything from the preliminary treatment and primary treatment is going to stay the same, but we're going to be swapping out our secondary process, connecting that to our existing secondary sedimentation process, and then adding filtration and disinfection at the back end of the facility. I just put this up here just for the specific purpose of just to kind of point out that as we talked about trying to do this project, as Dr. Longley mentioned, it's a major change to our facility. We identified 20 discrete different projects that we need to complete in order to be able to meet the requirements of the permit for both the ammonia and the filtration requirements. And these 20 projects are essentially encompass what we call the Echo Water project. This is a project summary schedule that we submit to the regional board in our annual progress report that's required by our permit. I think we submit these to the, I think these are submitted in July of each year. So what we have here is a listing of all the various projects that we kind of talked about that need to be done. And then the second column here is what the status is, or what the estimated time or the finish date for those various different projects. On here, it's obviously a calendar. The green bars are the planning and design stage. The blue bars are construction. The purple bars are the commissioning of the facility. And we also have in here when we did our environmental permitting, which was wrapped up in 2015. The red vertical bar is about where we are today, in the middle June, or I think this is for June of 2018. So when you kind of look at the schedule here, you could see a number of projects have already been completed to date, and a lot of these projects were projects to get the site ready for the major facilities that we'll be putting in. These facilities have huge footprints, and they weren't planned for in the original design of the facility. So several buildings had to be relocated, several utility lines had to be relocated. We had to plan to make sure that we could get electrical and other utilities to these new process areas. So a lot of the work that was done, that has been completed to date, was really to get the site ready to go for the project that we're embarking on. Another project that was completed early, and this is something that the district is really proud of. It's down here about a third of the way down, and it's called the Disinfection Chemical Storage Project. And what that project was, previously we would disinfect and dechlorinate with gaseous chlorine and gaseous disinfection chemical. the district made a decision, even though it costs a little bit more money, the district made a decision to switch to a liquid chlorine and liquid dechlorinization chemical. The district did that for a number of reasons, health and safety being one of the major reasons. So we're really proud of the fact that we got this portion done and we're ready to go. Some of the other projects that you kind of see on here, when you kind of look at the bar, we have the flow equalization project, which is pretty close to being complete. We'll be looking to commission that facility towards the end of about the fall of this year. About halfway down on this table, we have a project that we call the BNR, and this also includes our primary effluent pump station, or our PEPS project. That's the biological nutrient removal process that's going to be designed to remove our ammonia and nitrate. And you can kind of see we're about halfway through the construction of that project. Below that, we have our return activated sludge pumping project. This is a project that's going on within our existing secondary clarifiers. We need to change out the pumps to be able to pump more solids as a result of the BNR process. We also have a process that we're looking ready to start commissioning towards the end of the year, which is our nitrified side stream treatment. This project essentially takes some of our high ammonia loads from our various processes and treats that to a level, then we treats that and knocks it down a ton, and then we send that to our headworks for further treatment. If you kind of look at this real long green bar, here we go. Right in the middle, this long green bar here, and you kind of see it looks like this is our tertiary treatment facility. We've finished design for that facility, and the contract has been awarded, and the contractor is on site, and as I understand, is about ready to break ground for the tertiary treatment facility. And then I just want to highlight this is the project that we're kind of talking about here, which is our effluent valve replacement project, and you can see how that project, its end date is. We have that in the fall of 2019, and that is, we need to get this project done because we need this project completed for us to commission the BNR facility. So if you're looking at this as a project schedule, this effluent valve replacement project is a critical path item. This needs to be completed before we complete the BNR process. So now I'm just going to show you some photographs of some of the work that's been done to date. So this is an area photograph of our facility. If you recall from the photograph I showed you previously, there was a big, huge green area to the north of the facility, and that was essentially our storage basins. So what you see here, this is a photograph of the facility. It's what we call our flow equalization project. This is a photo taken looking from the north, looking south. And in the foreground, this big white area is essentially our flow equalization project. This is a storage basin that has been, it's essentially a concrete lined basin. It's been expanded from our previous basins. We have about an additional 80 million gallons of storage. So I think all told, we have about 300 million gallons of storage in these basins. Essentially, the basins are functional for holding water, but what we will be doing was we're in the process of adding automatic washdown equipment because these basins are used for multiple purposes. Currently, right now, they're being used to as we embark on this effluent valve replacement project. Water is diverted to these basins and then ultimately routed back for treatment. But these basins will also be used to equalize flow through our BNR process. We don't want high variable flows going through our BNR process, so we'll be using these basins to kind of shave off those peaks. We're also will be used for potential flow through cooling. If we have issues with meeting our thermal requirements, we'll be routing water through these basins to help evaporative cool the water so we will be able to meet our thermal requirements. And that's where the washdown equipment is so essential to make sure that the facilities are cleaned and ready to use for other purposes. This is a picture of what we call our primary effluent pump station. This is tied to our B&R process. This is our pump station. We need to build a new pump station to lift the water so it will flow through the B&R process. I just want to kind of what you see here. Essentially the walls are installed. Some baffling is in the chambers. There will be pumps installed here. There will be a roof put on top. There will be odor control facilities because you are dealing with a primary effluent. What I want to do is kind of focus you over to this area over here. I don't know if you could see that on the slide. That is essentially like a Ford Explorer. So when you kind of look at that in relationship to this structure, it kind of gives you a magnitude of scale of the projects that we're dealing with through this Echo Water project. So I'd like to keep that in mind when I go to the next slide. This is a photograph an aerial photograph of our biological nutrient removal facility. So what you see here is, if you could see my arrow, this area here, that's that pump station I was just showing you. And if you recall how small that car looked compared to that pump station, now look at, this is our nutrient removal facility. This is going to be our complete nutrient removal facility. I think this is about a 16-acre facility. What you see here is the construction that's currently going on. Like I said, we're about halfway through the construction of this project. About 40% of the concrete has been poured for this project. There will be 8 basins total. Right now, one basin is pretty much complete over here to the left side of the photograph. This basin is going to be hydrostatic tested in the near future, but ultimately there'll be 8 basins in total. Then there's a east-west gallery that would run in front of those things that would house all the equipment and all the piping that's needed to run that facility. So I just want to kind of also point out that if you kind of look over here, this here is our current high purity activated sludge process. So because we're switching from a high purity activated sludge process to an air process, your land requirements become you need a lot more land requirements because of the amount of oxygen that's in air versus pure oxygen. Over here to the as you move over to the right of the photograph, those are our secondary clarifiers. Those in that area, there are 48 what we call return activated sludge pumps that are being replaced in order to be able to process the solids that we're going to start seeing from our biological nutrient facility. So that's one of the other projects that's currently going on. Also want to point you over to the top corner up here to the left. This is what we call our I&E building, our influent and effluent pumping building. This is essentially where the effluent valve replacement project is taking place. Well, this is a photograph of some of the workers working on our biological nutrient removal process. We have a very tight deadline, May 2021, for this facility to be up and running. And right now the contractor is running 2 shifts, one day and one night, and he's working on weekends to make sure that we are in line with getting everything done and getting this project completed. This is our nitrifying side stream treatment process that I talked about earlier. From our solid storage basins and our biosolids recycling facilities, those have a high nutrient load from those facilities. This facility will be used to treat that to a lower level, and then ultimately be discharged to our interceptor system and ultimately routed to our headworks for treatment. We get we're hoping we get 2 bangs for the buck here in the fact that with the effluent from that facility going to our interceptor system, it'll help us with odor control in our influent junction station where all our interceptors come together. This facility is pretty much, all the basins are built and complete. Some mechanical equipment still needs to be put into this facility. We'll be seeing that this is a biological process, we're going to need to start seeding this process with the appropriate microorganisms and get this process going. And we'll be looking to do that in the fall of this year. Now what I'd like to do is transition from those pretty neat photographs over to talking about our effluent valve replacement project. This is a schematic of that system. It's important to note that the treatment plant could either discharge to the Sacramento River either by gravity, depending on river stage, or if the river stages are high, we will need to pump to the Sacramento River. So this is a schematic of that system. This system controls whether or not we're in what we call gravity mode or pump mode. And what you can see here, there are two conduits that come into this facility, 2 96-inch pipelines. And the important thing about this is the fact that we have two conduits here, and we're going to need to isolate those conduits when we start planning the tie-in of the BNR facility. Because remember, we have to tie in, we have to take out our existing facility, our existing pure oxygen activated sludge process, and insert this process into it. So in order to do that, we're going to have to isolate one of these channels, drain it, and then make the tie-in. Once that's tied in, then we would switch it over. We'll go to the other side, and then we would drain the other side and get that so we could tie in the BNR process to that side. In order to do that, like I said, we need to isolate it and drain these facilities. What we're seeing is there's a significant amount of leakage through the existing valves that are there. Now, these valves have been installed back when the facility was built back in the 1970s. So they're kind of at the end of their useful life. So we need to take this action now in order to get this work done. So this schematic shows the various pumps that we have. This actually shows 3 pumps that are there, but in reality we have 4 pumps. This red dotted area is where our 4th pump is. There's actually room for a 5th pump, but that is not installed at this point, and it'll probably be many years before we will need that additional pump. But if you kind of look on here, these color-coded little rings here, these are the valves that we're talking that we will need to replace. And as Jim mentioned before, these are anywhere from 24 inches in diameter to 96 inches in diameter. There's 18 total, and whenever we do one of these efforts, we have to completely shut the plant down, divert water to our storage basins, and we essentially give the contractor 48 hours to get this work done. So in 48 hours, they have to drain the system, remove the valve, and replace it with a new or refurbished valve to make sure everything's put back together before we can start bringing the water back through. This is a table of the valves that we're looking to replace. As noted on here, we're looking to try to get this work done in between May and October of 2018 and May of October of 2019. And that October 2019 is critical because that's about the time we're going to want to start commissioning the BNR process. Again, we're trying to do this when wastewater flows are typically low during the dry season. So we're trying to get this work done now between now and October. We have already replaced valves, the first 2 valves up here. We've replaced 4 valves in total. We've replaced 2 36-inch valves, and we've replaced 2 24-inch valves. And from what I understand, we have completed the installation of the 96-inch valve also. We started that on, matter of fact, I have a picture of that. We started that on, at least my picture says that it was on the 31st of July, so 2 days ago. So when we're in this 48-hour shutdown, water influent, people can't stop flushing, so water has to go somewhere. So it's going to our storage basins. But in the meantime, the wastewater or the microorganisms that are in our pure oxygen activated sludge process, the characteristics are changing drastically, sitting there for 48 hours. So we need to, once we were able to start the process back up again, we need to start sending flow back through that process. We have to start metering the flow out of those basins, and we need to reestablish our microbacteria to make sure the plant is stabilized again so we can start discharging. So here's a picture of the 96-inch valve that was, this was removed, I think, on the 31st of July, 2 days ago. So you kind of get a scale of the size of this valve in relationship to the workers, and also the pretty tight quarters that we're kind of dealing with, having to maneuver this valve around and then get the new valve in and get it all installed. This is a similar photograph that I showed you earlier, but now what we're showing here is this is how the basins look when we're in one of those diversion modes. This is how the basins looked, I think, in one of the previous valve replacement projects. Essentially, we store about 200 million gallons of primary effluent in the basins. And this photograph was actually taken 2 days after we started returning flow. And typically what we do is, if you look here, we've numbered these basins. This is basin A, this is basin B, then these three here are C1, 2, and 3, and then we have basin over here, basin D. So typically what we do is after that 48 hours, and we're going to start processing flow through, is we send about the first 30 million gallons or so to basin D. That's kind of our first flush through the water that's been sitting in our pure oxygen activated sludge process. Been sitting there for 48 hours. Kind of flush that out, hopefully reestablish our microorganisms for the process. And then what we do is we start draining those basins. So this shows that basins D has already been drained, and basin A has been drained, and basin D is in the process of being drained. And I think if you look closely, you could actually see some of the guys out there actually spraying the basin down with hoses to get it ready for the next process. So this is the same schedule I showed you before, except what I did here is I highlighted the in shaded areas, the time frames that we will be looking to perform this work. And we're looking May of October of this year and May of October of next year. And as you can see, when this project is completed, it corresponds pretty roughly to when we want to start commissioning the BNR process. So again, this project is critical for us to be able to implement that BNR process. So what are our concerns with the toxicity testing requirement? As Jim pointed out, our permit requires us to monitor for toxicity, both the acute and chronic toxicity. Acute toxicity, we're required to do that on a weekly basis, and we could do that either by a 96-hour continuous flow through process, or we could do a static renewal process. On the chronic side, we have to do that on a monthly basis, and that's performed on a 24-hour composite sample. We are not asking for any type of change on the chronic toxicity monitoring. We think we can get the monitoring done through this, on a monthly basis while we do this project. What we are asking for is a change in the frequency of the acute toxicity monitoring requirements from weekly to monthly. And so what are some of the issues and why we're requesting this is there is no set schedule right now for our for these 48-hour shutdowns. The district wants to try to get this work done as quickly as possible. We don't want to have the basins full of primary effluent for extended periods of time. And we don't want to shut the plant down for extended periods of time also. So as soon as we feel that the process has been stabilized enough, we want to enter into another diversion process, at least to get those scheduled. So the schedule is very uncertain and it's very fluid based on how the system reacts. The issues that we have with the flow-through test is that if we start a flow-through test and we go into a diversion, then there's no water for that test, and that test is an incomplete test, and we would be subject to a monitoring violation because we weren't able to complete the test on time. You know, when you think about a 96-hour flow-through test, 96 hours is 4 days, I think. But when in reality, it really takes about 6 or 7 days to do. And the reason for that is because after the test, what we need to do is we need to flush and sanitize the system and the sample lines. And we need to flush those to make sure that there is no bacteria that could potentially impact the test. On the front end of doing the test, there's a lot of logistical issues in regards to coordinating with vendors to get the appropriate test species that's needed for the test. Typically, there's a certain age that's required, and we need to acquire that species, and then you need to acclimate that species so they're not stressed from travel before we start the test. We have concerns with doing the static renewal test for a number of reasons. We think it would lead to false positive results. Just in regards to a static renewal test, you take a sample and you essentially run that for 48 hours, or excuse me, for 96 hours. What we see is that when we collect a sample and we send it to our contract laboratory that does this work, we've already seen a shift of about half a pH unit. Typically, our effluent is in the 6.5 pH range. By the time it's collected and sent to the contract lab, it's already shifted to 7. And by the time when you get to 48 hours into the test, the pH has shifted to 8. And when you couple that shift in pH with our ammonia levels that are in our effluent, it's detrimental to the test species. But we don't see that in the flow-through test. When we do the flow-through test, we have generally 100% survival. We don't see that shift of pH in the river based on the monitoring that we do in the river on a routine basis, or the modeling that we've done as part of our permit renewal efforts to model how pH and ammonia affect the receiving water. So we're concerned that there would be inaccurate information that is that's being collected that we would have to report. So with that, we would request that we go to a monthly flow-through testing during the months that we're doing the effluent valve replacement project, and then once we're finished with that project and all the other times, we'll be back to our weekly monitoring requirement. So at that point, I would open it up for questions if there are any.
Questions from board members? You've done a pretty good job explaining what you're going to be doing.
Great, thank you.
We have one.
I want a
Bob.
3D construction model demonstration over time, how this thing got built. Maybe we could put in red the critical steps and the time frame of how it happens.
Right.
It's quite an engineering feat.
It is.
I was just a little curious. There's a series of projects that you haven't started design yet, and I just was wondering, is those designs specifically dependent upon the implementation of some of the other projects that provide information, or do You just would want to spend the money yet? 'Cause-
Well, no, so I put this slide back up, that there's discussion, I think you're talking about the ones to the right of the, yeah.
Bottom five,
the
you
bottom
haven't started
five.
design yet.
Sure. So some of those things, like our CO tank repurposing project, right now, our pure oxygen activated sludge process, we're trying to figure out what we want to do with that. Once we convert over to our biological nutrient process, we're going to have these tanks there. Is there a way to repurpose those to help with, is there a different use that we could use at the facility? So one of the things that we're thinking about is maybe we could use that for peak shaving for the BNR process during the day, as opposed to using our larger basins. If we're able to repurpose those to kind of do some peak shaving on the diurnal cycle that you have during the day, we're looking to repurpose it for that purpose, for that situation. Then once we move from a pure oxygen activated sludge facility, we generate oxygen on site. We generate our pure oxygen on site. So once we switch over to the air facility, there's no need for that facility. So this other project is decommissioning of that, of our cryo system.
I'm just trying to figure out how to pick up the extra 6 or 8 months that you have, that the biocarbon augmentation and the eco water closeout projects extend the whole construction timeline. So I'm sorry I couldn't help myself there.
Sure.
Just in terms of project managers, if you get this thing done 6 months earlier, that's just going to save dollars somewhere. And
Well, we want to make sure that we have adequate float, so we're not coming back to you kind of going, we need some type of change.
and I very much appreciate the presentation. Thank you.
No problem.
Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
This point, we don't have any cards for any interested persons. Are there any interested persons? Seeing none, you have a closing statement, sir? Should have asked you to stay up there by the microphone.
Sure. Outside, this will be the closing statement. Essentially, adoption of the permit amendment to allow us monthly toxicity testing during the times that we're doing the EVR project.
Thank you very much. Closing statement by staff?
I think we support that, so, yeah.
You want to go directly to the recommendation by the executive officer then?
And so be it. My recommendation is to approve the amendment that's in front of the board. I think a tremendous amount of work has been put into this by board staff, by Sacramento Regional County Sanitation District. I will say I went out to inspect the site with Prabhakar not too long ago, and there's no exaggeration about the scope and size of that project. We see them as little bars on that project flow chart. Some things like the construction of those flow equalization chambers. I mean, it's Olympic in scale what you're looking at there. They're absolutely phenomenally large and complex projects, and I commend your organization for taking it on and doing it in a way that is progressing relatively according to schedule, which kind of capital improvement projects of this scope rarely hit their targets, and it is extraordinary that the project management team has been keeping on top of this and making the project move forward. I was also there to see, I think it was, they were pointing out one of the last of the gas chlorine tank trucks being rolled out, and it's extraordinary to make that move, and it's a lot safer for the crews that are working out there and the environment to get that switched out. So many kudos to all the hard work that's been done.
Thank you.
So Carl, I would move the amended permit.
Very good. I have a motion and a second. John moved and Denise seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, call the roll.
Mr. Costantino,
Aye.
Ms. Ramirez,
Yes.
Ms. Brower,
Yes.
Dr. Markham,
Aye.
Mr. Schneider, Ms. Cardara,
Yes.
Dr. Longley.
Yes,
Motion carries.
thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
Good job. Yes, go ahead, John. Well, you need a quick break. We'll give you a quick break. It's after lunch. We're back in session for agenda item 10. This is for a resolution approving the Delta Nutrient Research Planning and directing staff to implement the plan. This is the time and place for a hearing to consider a resolution approving the Delta Nutrient Research Plan and directing staff to implement the plan. Following the staff presentation, interested persons will be allowed 3 minutes each to address the board, and we'll now begin with the staff presentation.
Good afternoon, Chairman Longley and members of the board. I am Janice Cook, a senior environmental scientist specialist in the Basin Planning section here in Sacramento. I'm going to present to you a plan to address nutrients and nutrient-related issues in the Delta. I'm going to describe the plan's background, our process to develop it, and its contents. At the end, I will ask you to consider a resolution to approve the Delta Nutrient Research Plan and direct staff to proceed with implementation. First, I'll describe the place and issues that are the focus of the plan. Our place is the Sacramento-San Joaquin River Delta. I'll be talking generally about nutrient issues, but the character and the magnitude of these problems vary by site and time. Water flows and land uses are part of the reasons we see these variations. Freshwater flows bring in water and nutrients, and they are responsible for net transport through the delta. So our nutrient inputs vary seasonally with flow. Tides are also important. We see tidal fluctuations in the freshwater portion of the delta on its eastern boundary. They are responsible for mixing and dispersing water in the delta and its contents. I'll talk later about the need for coordination with other agencies, including working outside the delta, because unlike a proverbial Las Vegas, what happens in the delta with nutrients does not always stay in the delta.
Boo for that.
So algae produced in the northern delta are a food source in Sassoon Bay. Nutrients leave the delta to San Francisco Bay, also to the water supply through pumps in the south, and there's potential for harmful algal toxins to do the same. Okay. Next, the issues. Nutrient-related issues divide into two groups. Eutrophic conditions occur when there is overgrowth of plants and algae, due in part to excess nutrients. Since 1999, there have been blooms in the delta of Microcystis, a harmful cyanobacteria that's commonly called a blue-green algae. Since then, we've seen harmful algal blooms regularly in the delta. Currently, there are public health advisories in place for the Big Break Regional Shoreline, Discovery Bay, the Stockton Waterfront, and San Luis Reservoir downstream of the delta. The delta also has, in many places, excess growth of invasive aquatic plants or macrophytes. These clog channels and alter habitat. And I was listening this morning, I heard some of the conversation about glyphosate. It is the predominant herbicide used to control the floating aquatic vegetation in the delta. The Division of Boating and Waterways supplements their spray program with mechanical and biological control when they can use it. Another mark of the eutrophic conditions is low dissolved oxygen. There are 11 delta waterways identified on the 303D list as impaired due to low dissolved oxygen, and these are the ones that are not currently under some sort of TMDL or control program. In the lower left of your screen, there's a graphic that actually shows dissolved oxygen concentration at one monitoring point in the South Delta. The blue line are the DO concentrations. The orange line is the Basin Plan's DO dissolved oxygen objective. On the other hand, nutrients are a foundation of a healthy ecosystem. Nutrients are required for growth of algae, bacteria, and other tiny organisms that are the base of the food web. And a term I will use for this group of organisms is phytoplankton. A concern for multiple agencies is having an abundance of the types of phytoplankton that provide a high-quality food source for delta smelt and other native fishes. Meeting this ecosystem need includes having the right forms of nutrients at the right time in order to grow the desirable plankton. We're also concerned with having the transport movement to get those nutrients and phytoplankton out where they can be consumed. Okay, so now to the plan itself. The purpose of the Delta Nutrient Research Plan is to identify and conduct research and modeling necessary to determine whether numeric nutrient water quality objectives are needed to protect beneficial uses in the Delta. The initial objectives in the Nutrient Research Plan were to address the water quality issues that I described on the previous slide: harmful algal blooms, invasive aquatic plants, low phytoplankton production, and low dissolved oxygen. And throughout the presentation and in the plan, when we talk about nutrients, when we talk about nutrients, we mean nitrogen and phosphorus. When we began working with the stakeholders, we added one issue to the scope of this project, that being how nutrients affect drinking water issues. And drinking water supply systems are affected by harmful algal blooms and excess macrophytes, so there's considerable overlap in the topics when we added that to the Nutrient Research Plan. Okay. The direction to develop this plan comes from two sources. In 2013, the Delta Stewardship Council adopted the Delta Plan. That is the state's plan for achieving co-equal goals of improving water supply reliability and the Delta ecosystem. The Delta Plan contains a recommendation for the Central Valley Water Board to develop a study plan for nutrients in the Delta. So, therefore, this board is acting on that recommendation. And subsequently, the Central Valley Water Board's Delta Strategic Work Plan, which was presented to this board in 2014, identified priority projects in the Delta. And included in that plan was the same direction to develop and implement a nutrient study plan. Okay, well, that didn't go. All right. I'm going to take a couple of slides here to describe our process for developing the plan. We began by convening a stakeholder and technical advisor group, or STAG. We sought participants who represented a range of interests and responsibilities for Delta water quality. You can see those named in the circle on the slide. This stakeholder and advisor group, I think, met at least 18 times so far. It was a very dedicated and helpful group. I'm very grateful for both their significant input and the time that was contributed to this project. Okay. The three major steps in our process are shown here in the blue boxes. And stakeholders were involved at all steps of the process. I'll highlight a couple of those ways in the gold circles. Our first step was to identify our state of science and identify our unknowns. So staff and stakeholders began by naming science work groups and commissioning a white paper for each of our science topics. The white papers were written by subject experts. Each white paper process was a little bit different, but in general, the science work groups guided the work and participated in naming our data gaps. From the white paper process, we had recommendations for additional monitoring, special studies, and modeling to further understand the impacts of nutrients in the Delta. Oops. Oop. There we go. After these were compiled, the STAG participated in comparing these to our management questions and developing a prioritization process. The state of the science, the monitoring, modeling, and special study recommendations, our prioritization, and our and actions for the next few years are what you see before you in the Delta Nutrient Research Plan. Okay. I want to take one slide to talk a little bit about the science and the recommendations from our white paper. Oh.
Excuse me, Janice.
Yep.
I'm just backtracking for a minute. On your stakeholder groups, that you had that slide, yeah, thank
Yep.
you. Was this a facilitated process?
Yes.
And I'm interested in the number of participants from each sector, more or less. And a lot of times what happens in stakeholder groups is you have, well, often the environmental justice group might have 2 people, and there's 30 other people representing all the other groups.
We had,
Well, let me add to it, and then just the kind of attendance you get at the various meetings from the different groups, was in your qualitative, quantitative, in your just subjective view, where all of the stakeholder groups well represented, presented, and recognized in this process? Does that express my interest?
I would say yes. I will say that environmental justice and it's the hardest for them to participate. We did have some turnover. They did participate most regularly in, they participated in some of the science work groups. We had turnover. There were Clean Water Action, Baykeeper, and now American Rivers have variously sent folks to our meetings.
Well, let me, because I have a lot of faith, actually, and trust in our staff. Do you feel that you were able to hear their concerns and feel that their concerns were adequately addressed? It doesn't mean they get the answer they want, but I mean, listened to and heard.
Yes, I do. In part because a lot of the work that we were doing with the stakeholders was we were gathering our state of our science and our knowledge gaps to set our foundation for what else do we need to know. And I think there was consensus that there's a lot of evidence here that we can't discount nutrients in any of these issues. We do need to keep going. We've got a broad list of our science recommendations, and we do need to keep moving forward. So I do think that there any concerns, I honestly did not hear any. It's hard for them to get to every process, though.
I really appreciate it. Thank you for your answer.
Yep. Okay. So the overarching theme of our State of the Science was that there are multiple factors that affect water quality issues of concern, and that we need to be cognizant of these when we're moving forward. The white paper authors and the science work groups, their general theme was that we need a deeper understanding of the ways that physical and ecological factors interact to cause the problems we see in the Delta, and that a holistic look at the data would allow us to examine why we see different responses to nutrients in different parts in the Delta in different points in time. So this slide, this schematic just highlights some of those major drivers, the major drivers. In addition to nutrients, nitrogen and phosphorus, our major drivers are light, water residence time, and temperature. The amount of light available depends on both sunlight and how deeply it penetrates into the water column. Water residence time is an important factor. For example, fast-moving or well-mixed water is going to hinder the growth of some harmful algal blooms and floating vegetation. But on the other hand, we do need some flow to replenish nutrient stores to keep the blooms and macrophytes growing. The line on there, that dotted black line, represents what we see in a lot of our channels of a situation of stratification where you get different layers of the water, and that slows down, that increases your residence time, thus promoting, or it can promote, eutrophic conditions. And then the fourth major driver is your water temperature. For example, high water temperature is favorable for harmful algal blooms. It's generally not favorable for some of our desirable phytoplankton species. When we're looking at the effects of nutrients on phytoplankton growth in particular, we're looking both at production, but we're also looking at loss. The loss processes by decay and grazing are shown in the bottom of the schematic. So our aim is to be able to understand the driving factors of the problems at particular locations at times. And ultimately, we want to be able to know what of these drivers are controllable, which are not controllable, and what relationships merit additional study. Okay. Before I get into the nutrient research plan actions, I want to describe the outcomes that we are looking for. We spent most of the time with the stakeholders identifying our science needs. Ultimately, on the path to considering possible water quality objectives, we need to look at what are our options for policy and management. I want to let you know that we will be initiating some new projects related to policy and management options. We'll be also working more with the stakeholders to flesh out these information needs for these two other categories of outcomes. Okay. I'm going to spend the rest of my talk on what's actually in the nutrient research plan that we're proposing for actions in the next few years. There are 4 basic groups of these. We want to continue the 2014 Delta Strategic Plan priorities. We'll be putting some efforts into numerical model development. I have a couple new projects that I'll be describing. And important to success of the venture overall is coordination and seeking new funding. And having the nutrient research plan finalized, and if the board chooses to accept the resolution today, that will be helpful to our seeking funding in the future. There's actually a grant solicitation coming up this fall that it'll be nice to be able to have the plan done if that is what happens. Okay, so I'll go into each one of these categories in a little bit more detail. First, as Patrick mentioned this morning, we are continuing to work on our 2014 Delta Strategic Work Plan priorities. I mentioned the contract to test herbicide toxicity to Delta phytoplankton species. There was some conversation about that this morning. Glyphosate is one of the herbicides that we will be testing. And the reason we're doing this work is when the herbicides and fungicides are registered, it's typically they do toxicity tests on one algal species. We want to broaden our knowledge base. So we're working with a UC Davis lab. They've cultured species of phytoplankton. Microcystis is one, but also some of the diatoms that would be preferred food source for organisms. We're going to be testing the toxicity of herbicides to those organisms. We just put new money into that contract and expect the whole thing will be done in about 2021. Okay. And the other piece that Patrick also mentioned this morning was to continue our work on addressing low dissolved oxygen in the Old and Middle Rivers. The Old and Middle River project area is shown on this map in the orange circle. The red shows the sections of Old and Middle Rivers that are currently listed as impaired due to low dissolved oxygen. My colleagues are working on a white paper evaluating the data for low dissolved oxygen. Expect that to be done early next year. And also, the Department of Water Resources, they operate temporary flow barriers in the area. They will be producing a report for the board evaluating the effects of those barriers on low dissolved oxygen. Okay. The next type of activity in the plan was to continue to support development of numerical models. The water boards have set forth funding. It's about $400,000, and I'm excited that's almost in contract that we will be adding to an ongoing project to develop and apply hydrodynamic linked models. So what do I mean by all that? Okay. Numeric models are a numeric nutrient model for the development for the Delta is under development. It's led by the modeling group at San Francisco Estuary Institute. Its development has been supported by Regional SAN, the Delta Science Program, and several other entities. So this is really a project that is an example of coordination to get some really good work done. We had a modeling paper, we had a white paper done on our modeling effort, and that document gave guidance to build on the existing models. So we're starting at the bottom of the pyramid here with the hydrodynamics. Lots of work has been done to model hydrodynamics in the Delta, so we're utilizing the modeling that's already been done by USGS and the Department of Water Resources. And by hydrodynamics, I mean things like the water transport and mixing equations that describe our temperature, salinity, residence time, and water management operations. The San Francisco Estuary Modeling Group is adding components that describe the physical process. That's in the gray bar in the middle, things like particle transport, our nutrient inputs, and the chemistry of nutrient cycling in the Delta. We're going to continue to build this model to be able to add equations that describe algal production. That requires adding in the equations that describe nutrient uptake by phytoplankton and the phytoplankton growth rates. And we also want the model to be able to predict algal loss. This is definitely a long-term process, so it's great that it's actually been underway for parts of the Delta since 2016. The advantages of numeric modeling are that twofold. We'll be able to understand the complex processes in the Delta, these relationships, a nutrient to a relationship to an outcome. It doesn't always very directly. You can't always see that on a graphic, so that's one of the benefits of using models. The other is that once we get these built, we will be able to test scenarios to predict what will happen with both management changes, such as changing nutrient inputs, and environmental changes, such as climate change. Okay. All right. Third group of our plan activities are new projects. Two of these are focused on harmful algal blooms, which is a priority issue for the board. We will be gathering data for use in project design, doing a data synthesis, and seeking funding for new projects. I'll go into a little bit more detail. This map is an example of our data gathering efforts that we just started. This map shows you visual observations of microcystis blooms in the Delta in July. And the red triangles indicate a severe bloom, high density of microcystis cells. The places where we don't have triangles doesn't mean it wasn't there, because we don't have a comprehensive monitoring plan for the Delta. But we do have entities who are out there collecting data. It's not collected in one place at the moment, so that's one of our tasks, is to gather the data, develop a synthesis of it, and then use that to design our next studies. Okay. We're also seeking funding for new projects. I've put in requests for proposals for 2 new projects. One would be a nutrient and harmful algal bloom assessment focused on Discovery Bay in the Delta. And then another one to look at both at our toxins in water and in benthic organisms, clams in the Delta. But we do severely lack information throughout the Delta on our harmful algal blooms and toxins, whether it be existence of the blooms, their duration, or the toxins themselves. And microcystis, unfortunately, or microcystin, unfortunately, is not the only toxin that we see in the Delta. So, most of the work that's in the science plan has been on fulfilling those science needs. We have 2 new project works two new projects, though, that begin our work in the other two outcome types that I described that we ultimately want to be looking at with this plan. Those are our protective thresholds and our policy options and our management options. Okay, so let me describe both of those in a little bit more detail. Staff will be working on a report to develop give us a framework for potential thresholds and policies. We're starting small here. We're not selecting criteria. But the purpose of this is to look at our options for setting policy and inform our data collection process. And let me give you an example. We don't have any water quality objectives in the basin plan that would describe a eutrophic condition other than our low dissolved oxygen objective. So when I talk about thresholds, we're looking at, do we have need to set a threshold for something like a severity of an algal bloom, phytoplankton species, food quality. We haven't done any work on this topic yet. Others have, so our first step in developing a framework would be to look at what other entities have done. These problems are not new. And significant work on this type of framework is being done by State Board in its biostimulatory and biointegrity project for watersheds upstream of the Delta, and it's also been done in San Francisco Bay. Okay. The other new project is on expanding our nutrient mass balances. A mass balance is a simple model that describes inputs, outputs, and exchanges within an area and given time period. We have an existing mass balance for nitrogen in the Delta that includes different nitrogen forms. It includes subareas in the Delta. We don't have the same for phosphorus. We also don't have a lot of certainty about our mass balance inputs for our within Delta processes. This mass balance type information is useful for both modeling and guiding us in making sure we're collecting the right kinds of data to understand what our management options could possibly be. So this year we will be looking at evaluating our available information and deciding what do we need to do next to complete our mass balances. Okay, so the last group of activities are collaboration and coordination. There's actually a lot of nutrient-related work proceeding in the Delta right now. So part of the collaboration effort that my time will be spent on will be working directly with groups to identify shared goals and maximize the effectiveness of work being done. For example, the Department of Water Resources maintains a fixed station network. They collect data on nutrients on a monthly basis. There are also other projects that related to, for example, wetland restoration that are also collecting nutrients. So we want to take advantage of the work that's being done. The second part of this coordination is to work with stakeholders to develop a science action plan. The recommendations that you see in Table 2 of the Nutrient Research Plan itself are broad. They identify our information needs. So our next step is to identify specific actions, funding needs, partnerships, and priorities to really systematically fill those information gaps. We intend that the Science Action Plan is going to be the document that would be updated as research and modeling progress. And last but not least, a key part of moving this nutrient research plan forward is coordination with the Delta Regional Monitoring Program, because one of the RMP's focus areas is nutrients. And a little bit more information about the Delta Regional Monitoring Program's activities. the regional monitoring program's projects for nutrients are developed in its nutrient subcommittee. There's significant overlap in membership. And so that means that many of the folks who've been coming to the nutrient stag meetings are also doing double duty by participating in the RMP. We've been bringing these stakeholder groups closer together, and we have actually joint meetings planned for the next few months. The work that the RMP has done already has been focused on developing and examining the existing data and identifying nutrient concentrations and trends in the delta. I mean, that information goes directly into something like a mass balance. That's very important. The current project is actually collecting new nutrient data. That's actually shown in some of the photos here. The U.S. Geological Survey is going out on cruises throughout the delta to collect nutrient data. They actually have instruments mounted on the back of their boat, and that's shown in the lower right of the photo. We have these fixed station networks throughout the delta, but doing something like a boat cruise with the same kind of instrumentation gives you information on much finer spatial scale than you can get with our monitoring, our fixed station network. So I was lucky enough to go out with them last week. And that's a photo of Shag Slough. So beginning this fiscal year, the Delta Regional Monitoring Program is also contributing money to the numeric model development, specifically looking to model phytoplankton production, that the blooms that we saw in 2016 in the North Delta. And that concludes my presentation, so thank you very much for your attention. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for quite a thorough presentation. Questions or comments?
I have a comment, and I say I've always, heard about this issue and, kind of felt like I understood it, but it was up until we went to Clear Lake that it all really kind of came together, because residents there were talking about it. They talked about the benefit of having a shallow lake, which they loved, but then there's the detriment of growth of different kinds of plants in there. And so, there's things that you can control, things you ultimately can't control. And there was something very insightful that was said by one of the persons in Clear Lake, and they said, look, this lake was never meant to look like a pool, right?
That's right.
And sometimes that is the gauge that I, as a board member, maybe other people use to determine the health of a water body. And, they said it's never meant to look like a pool. And so that was very sort of a moment where things crystallized. But I appreciate your thorough presentation. I see the complexity of things that you can change and control and things that you just can't. So thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any further comments or questions?
I've got some. Do you have any money in hand to spend on this?
Well, we do have money that's that the water boards have dedicated to the contract projects I mentioned. So the $400,000 for modeling, the original amount in the phytoplankton toxicity contract was $200,000, and I think we just added another $189,000. So beyond that, to be honest, no. We have staff time dedicated to it. There's 1.45 PY in this fiscal year's work plan. So that's my staff time and some of my colleagues out here. That's why you saw some of the new projects being proposed that we will actually be working on in-house. Other than that, we are seeking funding.
Well, one of my concerns with this is also, do your activities result in something that's an actionable decision that we could make? Because we're the pollution control folks, and it seems to me to kind of not quite have enough focus on exactly where you want to go. You're discussing a number of broad concepts and ideas that would contribute to nutrient management, but I'd like to see more focus. Can you give me a feel for more focus?
If I could, and I think Adam might contribute too. I think, to be honest, one of the some of the emphasis, you know, in years past, at least not by this board, but by other folks, is saying, hey, develop nutrient numbers for these water bodies. You know, to develop nitrate numbers that you got to meet, and that'll control the harmful algal blooms, or that'll control whatever water quality issue that we're seeing. One of the reasons why we've got, you know, Janice as a PhD and scientists working on this is it's quickly apparent that the issue is far, far more complicated. So to a certain extent, the way that this research project is progressing is to figure out what are the drivers, and that model, if there is anything concrete among this. I think that's probably one of the most concrete outgrowths of this. We get a model together, we understand what the stressors are and what their interrelationships are in a way that we don't right now. And that can lead to us developing regulatory programs and developing regulatory requirements that say, well, in these conditions, yeah, we do want to focus on nutrient contributions. In these circumstances, maybe it's something different that we look for. Maybe it's something like, you know, an aerator that we have deployed in the deep water ship channel. Maybe it's something like we want to monitor for certain conditions and do certain things when the pH falls, when the temperature rises, and things like that.
Dan, does that answer your question?
It helps, but you know, $400,000 isn't very much to do something of this magnitude. You know, to me, I think about, you know, trying to find other people that'll go after National Science Foundation money and really get at the fundamental answer. So, and it's tough finding them and encouraging them to, you know, work in our backyard.
You
As
bet.
you did mention, if the board approved of this resolution today, you would be applying for funding in the fall, and the amount of that might be?
Depends on the projects
What
that
you
we
submit.
settle on with
Okay.
the stakeholders. The one that I put in for Prop 1 funding with several other folks to look at the harmful algal bloom toxins was a total of $800,000. So actually, the numbers can add up really quickly. And I'm sorry if I glossed over some of the details. We have more detail in our white papers that point us into particular directions than I actually described here. We have coordination work to do, though, with entities like the Delta Science Program. They have an extremely active, they fund their own projects. They're also supporting this a proposal solicitation that's going to be coming out in the fall. There's Prop 1 money available through that proposal solicitation. So and I don't feel like that this is something that the regional board staff can accomplish alone. We do have to utilize folks at USGS, our colleagues in the San Francisco Bay Nutrient Management Strategy. DWR does an awful lot of work in this area. It would be helpful to have a better connection between the amount of effort that goes into evaluating flow, for example, in the Delta, to connect that better to our water quality issues of HABs and macrophytes. So.
I think that touches on my question. Is just, you know, there's a lot of talk about flows in the Delta, and I am kind of curious as how that might impact on this. Impact's not a good word, but how it might affect this problem in the Delta.
I mean, are you talking
Got an answer for that?
water fix and specifically?
Well, I'm talking about the state board's sort of draft decision about increased flows in the Delta and what impact that might have on this issue. And you haven't quite got the modeling together yet.
Right. Increased flows, I think, would be a good thing. especially in the, if it comes in the summertime. The water residence time is one of our big drivers, so, but it's not the only driver.
Yeah, thank you.
But as Patrick mentioned, I mean, that is one of the reasons we want to push forward with the modeling, and everybody, I'm not a modeler, but people tell me that this is where you need to go to get answers to predictions like this.
And Janice, go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, Janice, if you could comment, I mean, I think the board might like to hear, and it's something, you know, we've discussed, and is whether these efforts are forwardly compatible. So if there's changes in the delta hydrology, I think your comment to me was that these type of studies are meant to cover that and to continue moving forward.
And as I understand, this is not just simply a water board study. This is a study of a lot of different folks, and you mentioned them, DWR, the GS, and so forth. And some of these people do go out to National Science Foundation and other sources for funding. Some have their own legislative track for funding. But it would be nice to see the next time you present to us is a slide that shows who these other folks are,
Okay.
and to the degree that you can, what they bring to the table.
Okay. Certainly. That's one of the, a component in the outline of our, the science action plan I mentioned is funding needs. So definitely can bring that back.
Very good. Any further questions or
Yeah,
comments?
how's this tie into the salinity issue for the Delta? Are we tied in with that as well as nutrients?
Tied into it in terms of utilizing some of the information. I mean, a lot more gets collected for purposes of evaluating salinity. We're taking advantage of that, particularly in the South Delta. Specifically, in terms of potential regulation, you mean?
Yes. Because we vote on salinity. We did last on the Vernalis a year ago. That's still winding through the process.
So actually, in terms of what we do on salinity, the state, it's the state board's Delta plan that talks about the flow objectives and the salinity objectives, and we design our programs accordingly based on what they said. So that it really is a state board that's driving, that they've got the Delta plan, and that's what governs the water rights and what governs the salinity objectives. So we certainly have a voice, but our voice is contributing and commenting on what the state board is doing with its Delta plan. So with respect to salinity and flows, there's a limited way in which we kind of interact with those, because it really is all about, or 95, 97% about what happens with the Delta plan and the flow objectives that the state board sets through the water rights decisions.
Any further comments? Thank you very much. Obviously generated quite a bit of conversation.
That's good conversation, so thank you.
Thank you. I have a card for Terry Mitchell.
She informed us she had to leave.
She had to leave. Very good. Well, one person that didn't leave was Debbie Webster. How are you today, Debbie?
I am doing good. Thank you, Chair Longley and board members. Debbie Webster, I'm with the Central Valley Clean Water Association. And Terry Mitchell, who is with Regional Sand, just wanted to reflect some of the same comments that I had. So it's probably just good that you hear it once. But we just wanted to, first of all, to thank you for, again, supporting a stakeholder process in really looking at and getting kind of a multidisciplinary view of the issue, to really look to science as to what science is saying and what we should do. So we really did look and find out, what are the different drivers. And I heard it explained a while ago that nutrients is a Goldilocks issue. Too much is not good, too little is not good. And most of our water quality regulation looks at what's the most sensitive, what is a really low number that they can tolerate, and let's pick that. But it would be like an adult male, decent size, very active, trying to live on an infant's diet. It just wouldn't work and wouldn't be healthy. And so, especially in our Delta, having a healthy ecosystem is really important as it deals with nutrients. And so having a process that recognizes that, having a process that recognizes the competing and different ways that our ecosystem interacts, and then trying to move forward in a way that's works best for our whole system is really what the goal of this is. And so one other thing I wanted to bring up, because Adam, I thought he was going to jump in on that, is on the RMP side of things, we really are looking at ways to leverage both in the Delta, through nutrients and through the work that we're doing there with these other agencies for funding, for efforts, for getting, the most bang for our buck on water quality and water quality monitoring, water quality understanding. So that's something that we're putting, and I know Adam's putting a lot of his staff towards that. I know with Regional SAN, they've been helping out a lot, trying to leverage these resources. So just know that that's something that is going on. But again, thank you to Janice and the rest of the staff for just really being very open to listening to different viewpoints, and we're very supportive of this plan.
Any questions for Debbie?
No, but Debbie, you're always really insightful, and you make your point, and you're a good advocate. But I just always enjoy hearing from you.
Well, thank you.
I got a question for her. What would you spend $400,000 for on research?
I thought you were gonna say like a diamond ring, maybe a Lamborghini.
So Janice knows some of my pet projects. I think that what's really difficult about the Delta is sometimes we think of it as one big bathtub, a lot like the San Francisco Bay, and we're not. We have a lot of different ecosystems in there. We have some really big wide channels and some smaller sloughs, some places where there's actually some decent flow, some places where things stand still. It is really varying, and I think we need to get a good understanding. So as she knows, one of my favorite things now is just some of our satellite imagery, some of the stuff that we're getting there, trying to get kind of a holistic idea as to where should we put some of our efforts. And she knows that I keep on bringing that up to her, but as our science is getting better and better, it becomes hopefully an easier way of targeting where we really do need to focus more on the ground resources.
Any further questions or comments?
Dr. Longley?
Yes.
This is Adam. I just wanted to kind of respond really quickly. This plan it set out to do some white papers, and those white papers identified drivers and knowledge gaps. Those knowledge gaps were further distilled down by this group to provide some of the focus that Dr. Markham's asking about. What are the gaps that we need to critically address before we can move forward? So I think, I just wanted to make sure you guys were able to make that connection. And the other important thing that we, that Janice and I and Patrick and staff are trying to work on is Delta isn't a big bathtub. There's the old and middle rivers where there's just not very much flow at all. There's other areas, and we need to address those areas and work on them in a little different way.
Well, for me, I'm a bit torn. I don't want to say let's do nothing, but on the other hand, let's do something. But I want to do the right, the good experiment. I follow the Nobel Prize winners, and often it's a very simple experiment that proved a concept that came with a lot of background work. So I think with the Delta, we've done a lot of background work already, and I'm not really hearing with the clarity I'd like to see about the precise experiment that surgically tells us exactly what we can do as regulators to make it better.
I'm not sure that experiment's there. It's a very complex system, and I don't think you're going to find that experiment. But that's one person's opinion. Any further comments? With that, I have, is there anybody in the audience wishing to speak on this? Seeing none then, are there any late revisions or staff comments?
None beyond what Janice articulated.
Comes the age-old question, does council have any legal issues to discuss?
No.
Very good. Hearing's now closed. Is there any further discussion by this board? The chair will therefore entertain a motion to adopt the resolution.
I would move to approve the resolution as proposed.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Carmen's approved. Denise is seconded. Roll call, please.
Ms. Ramirez?
Yes.
Ms. Brower? Mr. Schneider? Dr. Markham?
Aye.
Ms. Kadara? Dr. Longley?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Very good. When is our next board meeting? It's in October 4th and 5th, tentatively in Reading. We hope it's in Reading.
Yeah, absolutely.
And this board is now adjourned until the next meeting.